Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Ta-da! I'm actually on time today, everybody. Look at that. Holy mackerel, finally. Right over here, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it and hear me. We're going to play some awesome games tonight. I hope you guys like that Surround Dead we played yesterday. Holy mackerel, I thought we got really far on that. I was getting real lucky, finding a bunch of really good drops. I don't know if I was doing good or not in that game because it was my first time playing. I felt like we did good. I felt like we got a whole bunch of stuff. We bought ourselves a legendary. We had a bunch of an AK, a really fun sniper weapon, and whatnot. Hope you guys enjoyed that. If you did want to watch that, remember you can always watch that on my YouTube, youtube.com/Kismet, and then a B like boy, P like Papa, Kismet BP, named after my longtime gaming guild, the Teamwork Tycoons, way back in the day, over 20 years ago now. I've had that YouTube channel forever, for a very long time. So you can go back and watch that if you did miss it in the bonus stream yesterday. But today we're going to play this absolutely incredible game, Satisfactory. Right now you can see my factories way off in the distance in the fog way out there. We've got our forest coal pickup over here that we're working on. I think we still had some more stuff to do. I think we had to overclock it and do all that kind of stuff. And we are going to do some auto connect magic, which is one of the new features of 1.1 is the auto connect. We're going to be running a lot of train lines, and as you can see, we've got our train line run way out here from our primary base, which is way off in the distance, way over there. We just wanted to come over here, pick it up, and run it back the other way. And we want to scale this up as much as we can. Now, we're kind of in the part of the game where we can basically do a 1200 extraction. We just need to get to the belts, and we need to get some of those resources started. Now, I'm very much a person who likes to do efficiency, right? So it's more about efficiency than it is about building gigantic things. But we will get to the gigantic things, because this is a mega playthrough, so we're going to really get crazy in this playthrough. But I do do like to be very efficient as I'm working my way through. This time we actually spent a little bit more time in tier 3, 4, 5, and 6. Basically utilizing those tiers as we go. Now, we really didn't need to do that. I could have just fast-tracked right past that, which I've done in many playthroughs before. You can go back and watch those playthroughs if you want. But we're going to go ahead and get into it, everybody. Very excited about getting back into some Satisfactory here. One of my favorite games of all time. And since we're right on time, we will have lots of time to have some fun. So let's get into it. We got Paul in here. What's up, Paul? Look, I actually had my chat thing up before you said something in the chat for once. How about that? Welcome. Thank you, Paul. And 1,000 Kids Cast for the chat for being the first person I see in the chat today. That's right. If one person comes in, does something awesome, everybody benefits everybody. That's how we do it up here in this stream. We got Tab in there bringing that love and hype. I like to see it. That's Mr. Non-You with the Love Lurker train. Appreciate that. Sea Fish coming in, bringing in that Tycoon twist, ready to dance, ready to get it going. I like it. And Wombat with the hype as well. We got Tab with a 1, Paul with a 1, Sea Fish with a 1, tons of 1s. Thanks again for letting me know everything's working, because this stream typically goes straight off the rails, everybody. Straight off the rails. But I'm pretty excited. I'm ready to dive in and get started and try to figure out what's going on with our forest pickup. Now, one of the things that's really tough, everybody, is to come back to the game later. Oh, also, I'm wearing my cloak today. I forgot. Wearing my cloak today. My Free the Sheep cloak, by the way. You guys can get 15% off one if you want to. All you have to do is go !Free the Sheep in the chat. It is super comfy. But I've been wearing a lot more. Now it's kind of cooling off a little bit. And I try to keep it cool in here for my kids, so when they go to sleep, they don't have to run the window air conditioner as much. And because our central air and AC is like all messed up. So we're trying to get it hopefully fixed one day. We'll see. But for now, I just try to keep it cool in here, and so I can wear my cloak as well. So double benefit there. Double benefit for sure. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into some mega building in Satisfactory 1.1. Let's go. Oh, I hear all the noises. Let's get hydrated. Let's get ready to go. Right over here, everybody. Check it out. All right, so we've got the coal extracting where we are on the map, everybody. We're way down here on the lower right corner of the forest, or really kind of the center bottom. And over here, we've got our main area. We've got our hubs. We've got a bunch of trains running. You see they're running in all sorts of different directions. Oh, I hear the big guy. There he is. There's that big manta ray up there doing his thing. And so what we did, we came over here, we revamped this, we created a whole train where the train can come and pick up the coal and run the coal back for our iron, or was it steel? No, it's for steel. So it's grabbing this coal over here so that I can run it back to the primary base and we can build a bunch of steel items from it. What we want to do is we want to scale it up. Now, we want to think about the total scale of the extraction, right? It's all set by the extraction, everybody. So right here, if we're extracting 600, well, then we'll set how many trains we want to do based on 600. But we also want to think about future expansion that we want to do now that we're getting in the higher tiers. The fastest belts you can actually have is 1,200, and the fastest extraction you could do is 1,200 because you're limited by the belts. So right over here, this is a pure node. So as a pure node, you're going to have your highest level extraction. You have your normal nodes, you have your coarse nodes, and you have your pure nodes. Coarse node being the lowest, of course, normal, and then pure at the top. So the ones right here, this is a pure coal node. So that means we can run it up to 1,200. And let's jump down here and see what it's running at right now. Now I have my little hover pack, which allows me to kind of hover around and see what's going on. Right now we're extracting at 480, but we really want to crank that up. Let's go ahead and get that to 780 right over there, and that should extract way faster. And if we go in and look and you say, hey, Kismet, why'd you do 780? And that's because that's the maximum speed of the current belt I can do right now is 780. So we want to go ahead and just max that out. And we'll see that this is increasing in speed to get over here. Oh, actually, it maxed out all the stuff. Oh, okay. So it stopped inputting over here. And that's because the train's in the station. See how it stops? There we go. And then when the train pulls out of the station, it will then go ahead and distribute that in there. Look at that. Now we don't have any gaps. If you have gaps in between there, everybody, that's what's showing you that it's not going the maximum speed of that belt. But now that you can see there's no gaps between the items, that now is working at its maximum potential. And it's going to go ahead and fill this up again. It's then going to grab that coal, run that coal back to the other side again to be used in our steel production. So we're all good there. We can go ahead and just let this run. In fact, we can go ahead and make our own train. I love the trains in this game. They are super fun, everybody. Very, very fun and incredibly well done as well. The detail of the trains, the way that the trains work, the block signals and all that other stuff that you can do, pretty phenomenal. So let's keep on rocking. There's a weird signal right there. Why do I have a signal there? I think that's to remind me to go get something out that way. But we're going to go ahead and ride the train back. Now, there's only one train that's coming out here, and I actually think you don't want to overdo it with your trains. Sometimes you end up with too many trains, and it's causing your train station to stop way too often. I've made that mistake myself. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. We got to go back. I see it's something I got to work on. Just take a moment. Right over here. We'll get our customizer up. We're going to get red, and we'll just finish off those two right there. There we go. Very nice. Now, that train's going to come back on the other track, so we'll be pretty fine to be on this side, I think. Or does it go on this side? Oh, boy. I can't remember. Now, we have another train coming over to get the quick wire. Yeah, there it goes. And if you actually have collisions now in trains, so you got to watch out for that. Yeah, here comes our other train, which is our coal train coming through. And see, it'll pause because we're in the way. We're blocking it. But the second we get kind of up out of the way, it will then keep on going. So I'm going to take this train out. And then our other train should be free to go. Because, again, the block signal's here. So, and there it goes. Off it goes to get more coal. Now, again, that coal is going to be going much faster now. Almost twice as much than it just was because we did overclock it. And you can see we've got our massive quick wire vertical plant going there. Love it. Doing his thing. And there we go. He's grabbing some quick wire, running it back, grabbing it all there. Very nice. And we're going to go ahead and put our train back down again over here. And we'll ride the train back over this way. Now, what we want to do, everybody, is we want to go ahead and think to the next amount of stuff that we can create as well. Now, this just turns around right here, and that quick wire train goes back around that way as well. I'm just going to come through here. Look at all these trains. See, it's like, Kismet, how'd you make all this complex stuff? Well, you just do it one thing at a time. Uh-oh! Oh, I crashed into my quartz train. That was my bad, everybody. My bad. Ain't nobody to blame but me. Kind of hard to stop on a dime, these trains. But you can just go ahead and interact with the freight car. There we go. Let's go ahead and back this up. Right over here. And then we're going to go ahead and say, my bad. Turn on self-driving. I was waiting for the other train to drop off its loot. You can see we got some low level stuff there and whatnot. And this one's going to go ahead and drop on in this other station automatically. And it will route itself because I've set up all these different switches and routing to let it come in and out of the thing and not crash into other trains. And it's going to come in here and just drop off this quick wire right over here automatically. There we go. Very nice. And that quick wire going to go ahead and go into some of our spaghetti we got going here. Look at the spaghetti we got going, everybody. Beautifully clean lines on everything else. And then we just went Spaghetti City up in here. And the reason why I do that, everybody, is because it's just faster and more efficient. That's why most people play in that way. And why they do that is because it doesn't take them 9 hours to get every single process going. They just do it real quick, get as much as they need to progress to the next level. And I do that quite a lot because that's efficient. Party in the chat! Pizza! Is there pepperoni on that pizza? I think there's pepperoni on that pizza. I like how they got the blue blah. It's an anniversary. Oh, look at the, oh man, look at that. It's a Lizard Doggo seat cover. Love it. I forgot about this, everybody. Yeah, there's it's a 1-year anniversary of the Satisfactory release. I like the dance floor. "16 days since the last incident. Updating system. Please do not turn off device." Is there a way to turn that off? I don't think I have the music on. How do you turn that off? Anybody know how to turn that off? I know how to turn it off. Mute. Yeah, how do I turn that off? While it's cool when you first listen to it, I'm sure it's going to be annoying very, very quickly. Everybody know how to turn that off? I forgot about that, but yeah, you should never do music that people can't easily turn off. Again, not a good idea. Because that's not part of the normal music. Yeah, it's not part of the normal music, and I can't turn it off. It's got to be in here somewhere. Let's see if it's tied to the master volume. It is tied to the master volume. Okay. Mute music. Apply. Not the UI volume. I'm sure they think that's cool. It's cool for about that long. For about that long, and then I just want to turn it off because I don't want to listen to that music the whole time. Ambient volume. Nope. All right, we have to look it up. Let's go over here and search the site. Turn off music. The first thing I see, how do I turn off the blank music for the birthday music? It's driving me nuts. You're not the only one, bro. Oh, turn off seasonal events. Seasonal events. Where would that be? But I remember how to turn off the seasonal events. I usually never turn them off. I actually like the seasonal events. But such is life. On the speaker. Mute licensed music. Mute game chat notification sound. Definitely apply that. Gameplay. Seasonable. Disable season events. Oh, you got to restart. That'll get old so fast, bro. That'll get old so fast. All right, back out to the main menu. Annoying. Annoying. It's not on the server, Unforgiven. It's not on the server. I'm playing a local playthrough. All right, let's see. Yes, disable seasonal events. Thanks to the Satisfactory Discord. I appreciate that. All right, so if you get annoyed by that, everybody, you want to take that thing out of there. Very cool. I liked it. I liked it for that long, but I certainly am not going to play all night long with that music playing in my ear and having no control over turning it on and off, or at least turning it down. All right, back to work here, everybody. Getting distracted by that. All right, so we worked on our Tier 8, and we got our drone going, a nuclear power unlocked, the advanced aluminum production, which is our pressurizer wells and all of our other stuff. We've got our turbo motors, now our Mark III miners, and we want to get our fuse modular frames and our supercomputers going. And, of course, our particle enrichment with our particle accelerator, which we have actually running right over there. As you can see, we're actually 203 out of 1,000 right up there, completing our Phase 5 to unlock the final stages of the game. Now, other things we want to work on here are quantum encoding, our Fix-It Blueprint Mark III, which is one of the things we're going to really work on today. So we're going to go ahead and select that as our milestone. But to do some of the stuff that we might need over here, some of the stuff we got to unlock, like the neural quantum processor. So we actually have to do this one first. So we're going to need some time crystals, some Fix-It trigons, some turbo motors, and some supercomputers. So we're going to go ahead and see how we're doing on those. Also, we've got our teleporter here. And if you didn't know, it actually has a teleporter in the game. And then over here, we've got our max level belts, which is our conveyor belt Mark 6, and our conveyor lift Mark 6, which is 1,200, which is pretty awesome, 1,200 per minute. And that is going to be our kind of ultimate Tier 9 there. Now, if we do finish Phase 5, by the way, the game is basically over. So when you unlock everything here, it's not quite over yet. Then you'd want to go ahead and build all of those things, and then you actually finish the game, which is pretty awesome. But we're not in any rush to finish it. We've already done it several times before. Right now, we are working toward our stuff. Looks like I was working on some SAM ore here. I think I need to work on that as well to get our Fix-It trigons going on. We also need some diamonds going on over here, as well as some turbo motors and supercomputers. And we built a bunch of spaghetti mess here to do some of that stuff for us, everybody, so we can actually build other things. You can see we got our computers running here. Now, remember, it's not on the server, so it doesn't run when I'm not actually playing the game. What you can do on the server, I could have let this run all this time. Actually, I'll throw some computers in there. I could have let this run all this time, and it could have had thousands of these done by now. There's some supercomputers. Awesome. Let's take some of those and throw it in the Dimensional Depot. Let's sort them properly. Throw these in there. Let's throw our stuff back in there. Some more of our soupy computers. There we go. And we'll let that run and get that going on. What are we doing over here? Radio controlled units. Those are going in here and heading over this way. And our radio control units are producing pressure conversion cubes. Got to remember what I was doing. Whoa, okay, we got a ton of them in there. And then this is going to go ahead and produce a bunch of copper powder. There it goes. And this is going to get our nuclear accelerator going. And that is going to produce a ton of those nuclear pastas and run those in there. Now, this is just a matter of time now, because this is just a matter of making so much copper. And then this has a ton of these already here. Do we think we have 800 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it has about 800, which is about how much it needs. So it has enough of these that it needs to actually finish the job. We can go ahead and let that rock and roll. Now, always what you need in this type of thing, everybody, is power. So you need a lot of power to keep things running. And I just need to remember what the heck I was doing. Who knows what I was doing over here? We got cooling systems running and all sorts of stuff. See, when you build it in the moment, you know, you remember it when you're in that moment. But if you come back to it, it's not labeled. You don't have certain factories for it. You're just like, well, what the heck was I doing, right? You have to kind of rediscover what you were working on before. And it looks like we're waiting on our quick wire to come back, and then we're going to infuse that in there as well. Oh, okay, so we're maxed out on our supercomputers. I see it there. Put this over here, so that's going a little faster. I'm putting the stuff in the dimensional depot there. Let's see, what else can we do while we're trying to figure this out? I think we're working on our quantum encoding. So we have our 400 that we can just go ahead and put away in the hub over here as well. There we go. Oh, we have 130 of those. Wow, okay, we're gonna need a lot more of those. Turbo motors, let's see if we've been making those. Oh yes, we have 75 in there at least. We'll go ahead and take those out, put those in there. Don't do us any good sitting in there. I don't think we've done any trigons yet. I think we were working toward trigons. And then, what's our other thing here? I forgot what the name of that thing is called. Time crystals. All right, let's actually look those up. Time crystals. And we need diamonds. And diamonds, we need coal. Okay. So we're going to take coal. We're going to turn them into diamonds. And diamonds, we're going to turn into time crystals. Yeah, we're going to need the converter for that and a particle accelerator to do the diamonds. Okay, and let's go ahead and look at our overall power consumption. It's all about power, everybody. How we look at? Oh, we're crossing over the line right now from our accelerator over there. You can see it's going up, but then also you can see that it goes right back down again and caps back down. And you can see we're using our batteries here because we do have a battery backup. And again, it will accelerate its way up, and then it will go ahead and come back down as well. Yeah, see, it drops way back down, and then it starts to do the battery again, charge the battery up while it's working itself up into the next cycle. All right, great. That's balanced enough where we just kind of let that run. Look at this. We went and put our towers up all over the place so we can see all the nodes. These are these towers that you can put down right here, radar towers, and they'll tell you what's in that area as well as tell you where all the nodes are and also tell you what level those nodes are. Like that's a pure node, that's a pure node, that's a pure node. Holy mackerel, look at those pure nodes, and then normal nodes there, normal node, etc., etc. You get the idea. So you can know which nodes to tap into. Now, I haven't actually really used that many nodes, and I can actually finish the game with about 10 nodes. If you are very, very efficient like me. Now, we want to go ahead and get back to where we were working over here and get these trigons going. Now, then let's start with those. Trigons. Or actually, we can start with our diamonds, now that I think about it. We can start with our diamonds because we do have that coal now doubled up. So let's go over here and see where this coal is going. It's probably going to this one right here, which is doing our stuff. Oh, no, this is from the, that's copper. Over here is where it's coming in. Yes, there's that train. Dropping it off over here. And, of course, we have a backlog of it, so it gets it out of there as fast as it can into the boxes itself. Looks like we're running both of these at full speed. Very nice. Is getting it out of there as fast as it can into these storages, which I'm using like a buffer, right? You want to get it out as fast as you can because when the train comes up and it's unloading, it's going to stop. So you want to have some extra. that it can feed in there. Now, we can just go ahead and tap into some of this and use some of this for our quartz crystals and diamonds or whatever else we want to do. So we're just going to zoop out a little area over here, kind of off the trade track. And then we're going to go ahead and use our particle accelerator here. We can fit it in here. Oh, maybe a little too big. A little too big. Oh, I need some more turbo motors. That is definitely too big for that side. Let's go ahead and run it out this way. Or actually, even easier. Hold on. We'll just take this out. Even easier. I believe I have a blueprint just for this. There we go. Little 5x5 blueprint. Make that nice and easy. Very awkwardly did not go the way I wanted to go. And then same over here. All right, way to start the day. All right, and that's crooked. Okay, way to start the day there, bro. All right, blueprint. There we go. Snap to it, blueprint-wise. There we go. All right, much better. So we want to put our accelerator here, except for we don't have any turbo motors on me right now. So let's go ahead and dip back this way. And we'll see if we're actually producing turbo motors. I don't remember making turbo motors, but could be happening somewhere. It could be one of these. Thermal production rocket. Oh, there's some turbo motors right there. Which means we're probably creating turbo motors here. Yes, all right. We need some cooling systems. Radio control unit. Do we have some cooling systems somewhere? We do. All right, not doing us any good in the thing there. Turn this back on. And we'll have it go in here. Oh, there's a bunch in here as well. Okay. Very nice. And we need about 200 of these for quantum encoding. We should probably use it for that first. Maybe. Maybe. And this we don't need to produce anymore. We can get this to go ahead. Oh, we need a lot of those. Don't need any of those. And we need radio control units here. I don't think we're running the radio control units in there anymore. Are we still making? Yeah, we're still making the radio control units. Kind of feel like we don't need to run them that way anymore. So we can go ahead and dismantle this. Go ahead and kind of tap into here. What's this making? Whoa, okay, there's a ton of them in there. All right. Alrighty. All right. And then those are those. And then, yeah, wow, we're making a ton of those. Okay, and then these go right here. All right, and that should start this back up and make some more turbo motors. There we go. Oh, and look out, everybody. Joker's coming in with the 33 months of sub love. Show him some love right there in the chat. Did you know it's September, everybody? That's right. You go ahead and show some love to the peeps in the chat. You can donate those subs to everybody in the chat for September. There's 35% off. Help support the stream as well. Start up a hype train. Get it going. Corporate wants the TPRs. That's for Big U, Kiz. Yes, there you go. You mean the TPS? The TPS reports? You know, I think most people think that stands for totally pointless beep. Beep. Yeah, totally pointless stuff. Yeah. Gotta have those TPS reports. If you don't know what I'm talking about a great movie called Office Space. Really sums up the whole office experience. All right, we'll go ahead and do this. And let's see. So we've got to do what? We got to do what to get this going? We want to make diamonds. We got to take coal and we just run it in there. It makes diamonds. All right, how easy is that? All right. So we'll go ahead and take out this segment right here because it's a little easier to do a splitter if you're actually lining it up on the ground because it's going to snap to the grid. a little better, and then you can just go ahead and divert that there. And now we got another accelerator that we're going to go ahead and tie in. It's going to start making us some diamonds just like that. So there we go. Now also we can go ahead and use our converter over here, which we need more stuff for. Let's go get some of that. As well, we can go ahead and put it on our to-do list right over here. There we go. We need radio control units and SAM fluctuators. Now I have some of this stuff laying around, so it's good to go ahead and tap into them. I think some of that I put away into the thing, so we know that it's making some over here, so we can go ahead and grab some of these over there. How many we need? We need 50. Really? That's a whole lot. All right, we're gonna go actually cut this off, and then we'll let that backlog a little bit. What are we doing over here? All right, that's cranking that out as fast as it can be. We could definitely use another summer sloop there to get that going. Do we have anything over here with some summer sloops in it? Those are our computers. Anything else with summer sloop? And we did a whole bunch of stuff over here. Holy mackerel, look at all this stuff. Whole bunch of goodies. Oh, and I forgot, we did a whole bunch of plastic over there as well. All right, very nice. And everybody, you forget when you come back to it this much later what you were doing with what. Really, that's all my summer sloops is just in that one thing? No way. They got to be, oh, here they are over here. Yes, okay. We'll go ahead and take this out, and we'll split that. We'll put one back, and then we'll use this one to double this up over here. So this is really what we need right now is, not turbo motors, is this right here, which is our radio control units. There we go. Now it's going to do 12.5. Go a little bit faster because we need about 50 of these suckers. And it looks like it has everything it needs. Plenty of computers and all of that. But we'll let that run a little bit, and then we'll reconnect that and let that keep doing turbo motors. What else do we need? We need some SAM fluctuators. Now, I thought we had some of that laying around. Let's go take a look. Actually, we kind of cleared this mostly out. Look at me go. Very nice. Okay, yeah, we cleared out these boxes last time. Kind of remember doing that. So we're really down to 2 boxes now that has just kind of random stuff in it. And the rest of the stuff we must have reutilized. Like you can see, we got extra cable and encased industrial beams and all that stuff. And we can see that cable is, yeah, maxed out in there. We're running that cable from somewhere because I can see it's flowing up from the floor and running in there. We've also running in our copper sheets directly in there. Kind of feed into this giant spaghetti mess we have going here. And of course, we'll clean all this up, everybody. We'll get into some craziness here. But again, I'm more of a fan of just kind of letting that stuff rock and roll. And we want to get our stuff right here. Yes, and also, by the way, we can take it off of the belt. So we just take the belt out, and we're at 46 now. There we go. All right, SAM fluctuators. Let's go over here, and where would my SAM ore be? That's a good question. I think I had some in my inventory. Yes. Okay. I don't think we can we make SAM fluctuators? There's some things you can't make in the bench that you have to make in the machine. You can make SAM fluctuators in here. All right, well, let's just make some. We're just trying to get our converter down. Sometimes it's just faster to make it yourself, everybody. There we go. There it goes. speed is this? This is a Mark 5. Okay. Converter time. So we'll go ahead and set our input on the other side. And then we're going to convert it into time crystals. So we just want to take diamonds and turn them into time crystals. All right, it's pretty easy. We want to go ahead and get our shards. And I'm the type of person that just overclocks everything, everybody. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Just overclock everything. Might as well. I got plenty of power. And if we have problems with power, then we'll deal with it. Same thing here. Now, when you start getting into the higher-end machines, you start overclocking these, everybody. It gets dicey fast, as you'll see. And we'll go ahead and take this out. And we'll connect these both together. Right here. There we go. And then we'll tie it into over there. All right, here we go. And that's going to convert it into time crystals. Already made one of them already. And then again, see, I can make a whole complex process out of it, or I can just very efficiently go ahead and do this instead. And there we go. Time crystals. So we just need 50 of them. Right now, there's already 4. That's going to end up with a ton. The great thing about this converter and this whole process right here, everybody, is there's no waste material. There's no extra stuff that you have to micromanage. It's just very, very simple in the fact that it will take the general coal. In fact, I can just go ahead and throw it in there like that. It'll take the coal and run that in there. Now, we've got a Mark 5 belt, which is 780, which is, this is 1,500 per minute, which is actually faster than any belt in the game. So you actually can't achieve 1,500, so it's actually kind of pointless to have the 1,500 per second. So I would just take the one out because the maximum you're ever going to do is 1,200. So you might as well just take that out. It's never going to happen. There's no way to make that happen. Now, again, I could do a double input, I guess. Normally, there's no way to make that happen. But we could do a double input. Maybe something like this. Like that. But then it's going to really starve out the rest of my thing there. So I guess you could achieve 1,500 if you really wanted to with a double input. But most of the time, everybody, most machines, the most you can go is 1,200. So I'm going to leave it at 1,200 for now, and eventually I will turn this up to 1,200, by the way, when we get to our higher-end belts. And that's what we're working for right now. First, we got to get our quantum encoding going, though, to make that happen. All right, do we get our 50 yet? We're at 27, very close. And we'll go ahead and let that run. Now, while that's running, we're going to go ahead and hop a train here, or make a train, even better. Your own train. And we're going to go out here, we're going to work on our trigons. You can see I changed the arrow, so I'm going to go left instead of turning around. And that train's going to come all the way I'm going. Look at this. We got to come back and get some loot later on. This is the fastest way to travel. That's also fun. You can do hyper tubes as well. But I prefer the trains. Trains very fun. I think I left that there to tell me to go that way across there. We'll get to it. Just thought of another cool way to make your stuff stop is to have it come in, and then you have a separate line that just goes to a stopper, and then it just stops you there. Just thought of that. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, I was going to create a separate line to go get the SAM ore. I think that's what where we stopped last time. So we'll have a train come, grab the SAM ore, and run it back to the primary station. So let's go back this way. And we want it to go right through there. Maybe something like this. I don't think we can blow these up, can we? Those are too big. No, these we can blow up. But these, no. We're going to have to go, say, somewhere right through here. Okay, now we're going to need a blueprinter, so let's go ahead and get our Mark II blueprinter. We're just going to pop it down right here. We're going to blow up some of these bushes. Get out of my stuff. Okay, there we go. And we're going to go ahead and get in here, and we're going to work with our trains. So we're going to do foundations, and we're going to do our 3x5 right over here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to try to use the new auto connect feature. Now this is 5 across, so what we want to do is think about at least having a 2 gap or a 3 gap. Now in this case, if it was 6, it'd be easier because it'd be 3 groups of 2, which we'll get to later when we get to the bigger blueprinter. But in this case, if we look at the minimum size that we can make a track right over here is just over 1 here, 1.5 really. And I like to go 2 like that. Now we actually want to make it a dual track so it can come through and go back. And if we want to put other trains on there later on, we want to think about that expansion later. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to go ahead and go back by 2. Right there. Hopefully I got that right. Nope. We clicked out at the wrong spot. Let's do it again. Right there. Back by 2. Very nice. And then over here. Back by 2. And there we go. So we're actually going to put the tracks on the foundations themselves. And then we're going to go ahead and save this right here. 15 in total with track. Foundations, and I usually use N for the word and because it's smaller and easier. We'll say track TRK, and then we're going to save that blueprint like this and see if it works. I don't know. I've never tried it, everybody. This will be the first time we try. So we're going to go ahead and get our blueprints here. Now, most of the time, it'll either end up right here or it'll end up with the foundations that we just did. So we're looking for one that has a TRK right here, has an N TRK. Probably should have put the TRK earlier. It would have been easier to see. But what we want to do is attach this over here, right? So we're in blueprint mode right now. But now we can also go into auto connect mode. And honestly, I have no idea how to make this auto connect work. So let's go over here and see if we can get this to work. Or it just auto connects the track together. No? Oh, there's something. Yeah, it's doing a little bit of auto connect there. So maybe we need our track to be longer. A little longer there. Yeah, it looks like a little longer. All right, so let's go ahead and do it a little longer and leave like a 1 gap so that when you're connecting that other side, it'll have a 2 gap. That was not good at all. Wow, okay, that was a little crooked. So you have like a 1 foundation gap so that it can connect. And if you have a 1 foundation gap in the front and in the back, you actually have a 2 foundation gap because when you're putting the next one in, it's going to have 2 foundations in between. So we want to think that stuff out so that it does have enough distance so that it can connect over there. Or you could go 1.5, I would imagine. Okay, we're going to go ahead here. We're going to go ahead and save this again. This time I'm going to put railroad track, so TRK up here in the front. I think that's kind of a better place to put that. And then we'll save it. Now what that's going to do though, it's going to create 2 of those, right? So we're going to have 2 of those in our blueprints. So we want to get rid of our previous one and get the new one and use that one. Where's the new one? Probably ended up here. Yes, it did. All right, so let's take out the old one, this one here. We're going to edit. We're going to say remove blueprint. Yes, we do. Apply changes. And we're going to use this one right here to see if we can get this to auto connect. Oh, over here. Oh, we got to take these out first. Using our blueprint removal. Okay, so that doesn't look like it's auto-connecting. Let's see if it does it from the next one. Oh, and yes, it does work. Okay. Yeah, so you got to have, looks like at least one foundation away. Now, how much easier does that make it, everybody? Look how much easier that is, right? Very, very nice. Now, we're going to have an issue, obviously, of the coming and going tracks. We're going to need to either have this track go over and end up here. And then, of course, this track's pretty easy. This is the coming back track. What we can also do is make it actually super easy on ourselves. Is the fact that it's going this way, coming around, then goes this way, and then comes back around and goes that way, right? So you can make it super easy on yourself in that way, in the fact to do this. Now, we want this to go ahead and go around this little edge here, except for it's not cut, right? So we got to kind of cut it. We're using our block signal, and I'll just go ahead and cut it right there. And then what it will allow me to do is to use that cut to do it. But it's a little too sharp. So we're going to go ahead and try to take this out. Gotta remember my buttons. There we go. So yeah, that's not good. Let's take that out. Let's take this out and redo this segment. And we definitely need to fix whatever's going on there. Yeah, there's an extra segment there. Okay. Definitely, that was there just to remind me that, hey, I'm going to go this way. Okay, and so that's not quite enough time or space for it to turn, so we want to go back a bit more. And maybe cut it here, and then see how that looks. Too sharp still. So we want to cut this back by another one. What we'll do is we'll just go ahead and add a couple. Like this. Or add just one. Then we'll get our track. Like this. Now it should have more room to turn off the track off that way. Very nice. And then we'll want this one, of course, do the same thing in the opposite direction this way. And it looks like it lines up about right there. But we probably want to let it go a little bit more because it's going 2 into there. This would be the center, and then 1, 2 would be about right there. But we're going to go back just a little extra using our, again, block signal to cut that. And then I would just take the block signal out after you align this. And come back and work that block signal later. I'm just going to take them out for now. There we go. And so now we have a whole side track that the train that goes over that way will have to come all the way down and then turn around and come back. Now in this particular case, the train is actually coming from this way. So it'll have to go this way, come back, go through that station, and then turn around and go back that way. I believe that's how it's going. That's okay. That's okay if it does that. We could have it do that all day long. How we doing on the retweets? Are we getting there? Let's go ahead and see. Whoa, okay, wrong mouse. Let's see. My Twitter thing has not been updating lately. Yeah, you guys crushed it. Look at you guys go. Here we go. A bunch of Kiscats. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. There you go. Oh, you call them TPRs? Oh. Yeah, well, there you go. Total performance review, right? Is that what it is? I'm just going to guess, because that's what it sounds like. I've worked in corporate situations way too much. It's bringing me flashbacks. All right, there we go. So now, look how easy that is to do train tracks, everybody. Is just to have it auto-connect the tracks together. And now, also what it's doing, by the way, is also connecting the power in there. Oh, that's not going to let us go that way. So we're going to have to go up a little bit. And, of course, my nature relocator. Oh, I missed it. Sure, I can go down there with the chainsaw and take care of it, but not going to, because this is way more fun. Okay, so we got to go up a little bit. We've got to get up a little bit of elevated. And also, this is totally not lined up. Totally not lined up. We should really be way over here. Like right about right here. So I don't think I really looked at that as good as I should. So let's say right here. Now again, most of the stuff that I do, everybody, is just to kind of test. There's a big rock in the way. Ah, that sucks. That's why I did that. Actually, I am good at what I do. Actually, I did that because there's a big rock in the way. Yeah, so I've got to go this way and then kind of curve over, grab the stuff, and then come back. Okay, I like the way this is going here. We need to go up just a bit, so we'll go ahead and kind of manually do some right. Oh, there's a node right there. That's not going to work. And you're like, well, Kismet, there's plenty of nodes. Yep, I'm going to try to tap every node, though you will eventually hit a build limit, everybody. But we do want to clear all this stuff out the way. Kind of feel like we'll move it over right along here to avoid blocking those nodes. One day, we might want to use those nodes for whatever reason. Save us some trouble later. This is explosive rebar, one of my new favorite things in the game. I haven't ever bothered to use it. I haven't even made it before. And so in this playthrough, we are using the heck out of it. Oh, still an issue there, too. Another rock that we can't remove. So that rock is a little lower, so I think we could probably just go over that rock. Just elevate it. Elevate it. We got to elevate it a bit here for this lip here anyway. So maybe right through there. We're just going to line that up with the foundations back here. And another rock in the way right there, too. All right. Well, let's just do a little test here. I don't like it to go here and just instantly go up. I would probably take this one out. Here's an interesting question. What if I turn it sideways? Will it auto-connect it sideways? Now, I don't know, everybody. Again, this is my first time playing around with the auto-connect feature. That definitely works. We do it this way. So, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's creating an auto-curve, though we totally could, because we could leave 2 at the end and then 2 at the other end, and then it should automatically put that curve in if it's going to do a curve. But I think it has to do with the offset here. Definitely be much easier if we had the 6x6 blueprinter. So we don't want to end up running into that. So we will go ahead and kind of manually put a curve in here. Maybe even this. Yeah, let's just go ahead and curve this out. Match up over here. This actually will have to go back more. And go 2 into the corner. Like this, and then we'll go, want to end up going this way. So we'll go this. Yeah, that's gonna be a pretty tricky turn. That's a little too close for a turn. Yeah, we might want to just go straight into the turn. Yeah. All right, and then we also want to use our foundations here. We're going to use our lowest level ramp, which will ramp us up over that, hopefully. Let's go. I feel like that might be good. There we go. We'll go up here and we'll grab one of these and see if that's good. Oh, we actually didn't grab it. Foundation. And across. Oh, perfect. Nice. Then after me down here. Something down there trying to get me. Okay, we're gonna have to finagle this curve a little bit here. But we got the skills. Now, the first thing we want to do is figure out this curve. And so you want to kind of go either a half this way, or you want to go a full one up. And then I like to do a 1.5. 1.5 foundations, either from the bottom. You go one here, half up, or you go one up with a half down. It really depends on which, how much you want this to be lifting up off the foundation. Me, I don't like it to lift at all. It's just me. So we're just going to go ahead and have this do the curve for us automatically. Okay? Very, very cool. Now, one of the things we have a problem with here is you can see that this goes a little too close for my taste in there. And the reason why is because you want to actually extend this out a little bit further to give it extra room to go into that curve. Should have not. Why did it bring it down there? It should have had power from that other side. All right. So we'll do this. We'll just bring this out a bit extra. And then when we go to do our curve here, it should bring it out a little more. Oh, a little too close, too sharp. All right, we'll go to a half then. Go here, and then we'll go halfway back. Just to give it a little space. No, it doesn't look like it's going to let us. See if we can get a partial curve going. Really? We should probably move this back by a half. Is that back by a half? There it is. All right, there we go. Look how nice and symmetry that is now. See, you just kind of move in half moves until you get it lined up where it's not going to be too close, because they can still hit each other. If they are very, very close to each other on the track, and the tracks are touching, boom, the trains can hit if you have trains going. Now, I'm only going to have one train going for now, but again, if we add more trains, and those trains may not even go here to get the sand more, they may be going here to get something else that's way off over there, like that ore right there. So we'll definitely want to make sure that we accommodate that. All right, same thing here. We want to do this. Now, I suggest that you go up here, and I'm going to be using my blueprints, obviously. And we're going to be using this one here, so we're going to set that one as 0 for today. And we want to line these up like this. So we want to do the curve ourselves. So we're going to basically tap into there, and that's going to be one full foundation, and then, of course, a half foundation, full foundation, half foundation. And then the rest of this, of course, you can just snap back here because you already have the straight parts already done. So look how clean and easy that went together. I can make a blueprint for this angle as well and auto-connect all of that. Of course, we want to go in and color it red. Red represents my trains, everybody. So that's why all my foundations here are red. Let's get all of those with the customizer. There we go. Very nice. And then the rest of this should basically be putting down these auto-connecting things here. There we go. And again, now we don't have to do as much work on the tracks that we did have to do before, where we had to run each individual track. Now, if I do have some stuff in my way, we are going to go ahead and utilize our vegetation relocator. I hate having stuff. And this is probably like PTSD from Fallout 4, everybody. Is the darn stuff that's always coming up through the bottom of your bottom of your builds all the time in Fallout 4. Like, so you build something and then you got like trees and bushes and grass and whatnot through your foundations of your stuff you're working on. Can be quite annoying. All right, you can see this is massively accelerating everything we're doing. And also, since we're running the power at the same time, it's also helping us just stay up in the air. Now, what we want to do is to get about right here and go ahead and get this ore extracting. There we go. And you can see that we've run that off that way. We could probably go ahead and take all that out now. All of this stuff like that. And we'll take the rest of that out of there later. So we want to get this to come up on out of there. as well, and then of course end up right here. Now we need a station for it to do its thing, so we can go ahead and take this out and probably end up taking this one out as well. Not sure what kind of node that is. We can go ahead and take a look at it on the map now because we have the radar. It's a normal node. So we'll probably only need 2 train cars to get it going. Now what we need is we need some bigger foundations so we have more room. So we're going to use our 5x5 foundation here. Just kind of center it over the top of this other one. And like this. There we go, and that's probably good enough. And we'll blow this up. Get that out of there. There we go. So the incoming track is going to be on this side, the right side. So I'm going to go ahead and make the station line up to this side over here. But first I'm going to think about the turnaround of the track, which is our 5-wide turnaround here. So we're going to hit H to just nudge that around. You can infinitely nudge now. You're not limited on nudging. I was never a fan of the limited nudge. So in 1.1 they did fix it where that's no longer a thing. Do you have to make each node have its own mini base? No, you don't. You can actually just take everything and just run it back to a big mega base if you want. It's up to you. There we go. All right, wanted to see if that was hanging off the side or if it was lining up. It's hanging off the side a little bit more than I like. There we go. Again, lining it up to the input, and then that's it, everybody. So we got a blueprint for our little turnaround. Makes it so much easier. Now, that tells you where your train station is going to be. Your train station is going to be right there where you can connect that together. And we're going to have a train station going this way, so it's going to come through this way and then turn around, go back, and then go take it back to our base. So we want to make sure that arrow is pointing this way. Now, it'd be nice if this snapped to that, to the actual train track, but it doesn't. So I'm going to put it down right there, but I would not trust that ever to actually auto-connect to that. So what we're going to do is take this piece out and reconnect that piece so that we know it's for sure connected to our pickup thing here. So we're going to go ahead and say Sham or pickup. I try to keep my train stations very, very basic, everybody, in their naming, their nomenclature naming there. Okay, so it's going to come in, it's going to grab that. Now, we can also put the train station on the other side if you wanted to, and then just run the resources that way. Really up to you how you like to do it. I like to have it just kind of going away from the node because we have plenty of room back here. Not so much room if you put it on the other side if we wanted to add more cars or whatever it is later on. All right, so now we want to do freight platform, which is different than our fluid platforms. This actually is in the way. Now, I'm going to assume that this is going to be around 600 of the extraction. And the reason why I'm going to assume that is because it's a normal node, and we're going to overclock it. I always overclock my nodes, totally worth it. And then we're going to go ahead, and for every 600, we're going to go ahead and take that 600, we're going to cut it in half, right? So for every 300, we're going to have another train car. And what that does is it keeps it from hitting that 600 limit, which it typically does. Of course, that's really for fluids, but I'm also applying it to items as well to see if it actually has a better throughput, which I find that it does. Because it's not hitting that max limit, it's really, you're cutting it in half. So even if you were extracting it at 1200, you'd be cutting it in half, and 600, and that'd be more than enough on the belt. And it's really about taking care of those bottlenecks, everybody, whether you don't have enough resources and it keeps turning off, or you have too much resources and you're trying to find a way to utilize it at that higher level. All right, so we got that done, and we can go ahead and connect this right in here. Now, we know we're going to need a train that is going to need 2 train cars. So we're going to have that, and then these are our freight cars. We're going to have 2 freight cars. There we go. And then we're going to go into this train, and we're going to go ahead and give it a name. This is going to be our Sam train. There we go. And we don't have a place for it to go yet, so we're just going to go ahead and leave that. And we're going to have to do some work on the stuff over here. So we're going to take the power from up here, and we're just going to put it right here so we can check that power later. And we're going to take it from the train station. So the power is actually coming through the tracks to the train station and then running down here, which is why we no longer need all of that other stuff that we ran before. We don't need to use the big power things. We don't need to use power poles. We're using our trains to transfer that power throughout the area. And we want to go ahead and make this a little taller here. So we'll go ahead and get our lifter going over here. Okay, we can upgrade that too. We're going to upgrade that all the way down. And then what we're going to do is just run this over here. And we'll grab some of these and we'll zoop some of these in here. I only take out as much as I need to take out because you can spend a lot of time taking out trees, everybody. There's a lot of trees around here. So we want this to end up over here, and we want to split this and run this in to here as well. Now, if you're really crazy, everybody, you can do dual splits where you're kind of running along, and it's going to fill the first one faster than all the rest. And I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. So I could make it where it goes like this, and basically 2/3 of it are going to go into the first one. And then right here, then all of it can go into this second one. And this is if we were running multiple nodes here, right? If we're running multiple nodes here and multiple inputs, then we could, when it kind of fell off on the second one, it would then just do that. But really, it's going to run it in there as fast as it possibly can, so this is kind of unnecessary. But you could do that if you were hitting those kind of build limits. Right now, we're using level 5 belts is 780. We're just going to run this default right over here, kind of line it up nicely. Say right there. Oh, did not line up. Slightly offset. Slightly offset. There we go. We'll just do it this way. And then connect it over there. All right, Sandmore now coming through. Going to start backlogging right over there. We're going to take that Sandmore back to our base. All right, going down here. We got to watch out. Maybe the baddies have respawned, so let's lock and load. Let's make sure our rifle is loaded. All right, let's see what we got down here. Again, as you can see, this hover pack is awesome. I no longer need the ladder we used originally. This is also a level 2 miner. Now that we have the faster belt, we can turn that up to 300. But what we really want to do is replace that with a level 3 extractor and then replace all of the stuff here. So we're going to need this, and all we have to do is click on it, and it will upgrade it right in place. So we don't have to redo that. And the same thing with all of our lifters here. We can go ahead and get those running at a much, much higher speed. And that's already been updated. And the one at the top has been updated. All right, there we go. And so this should be extracting at a much higher rate. Notice that it took the power shards out of there. So you definitely want to go back to your power shards again. And we're going to overclock that. And now it's going to run at 600. Now, my belts are already going faster than 600. So, but that's the fastest this is ever going to extract. So this is done. You never have to do anything with this node again, because it's going to extract at that 600, and that's the most you're ever going to get out of it. And the belt is 780, so I don't need to come back with 1,200 belts. It doesn't matter. This is as most as we're ever going to get. So that's great. And that's a 600, so we're cutting it in 300 and 300, so it could just have enough speed to get all that in there as much as it can before the train comes through, and it's just going to get more of it each and every time it comes through. Now, we want to work on the return trip now, back on this way, and we're just kind of make this a little nicer by running some foundations under here, like so, like this. And then what I like to do, wrong thing. What I like to do is to take this and line it up with the edge of the station, and just kind of put it like that. Put another couple of these here. And then once it lines up with the station, it usually does a really good job of just curving its way right back onto the track. So now that'll come through, grab the SAM ore, and then make its way back to drop that stuff off. And that's just going to run and run and run. That was it. That's all we needed to do, right? Since we had already had it set up, we just need to upgrade, make sure all of our belt speeds are at what we can do at maximum now, which we did. Level 5, level 5. So that's coming out of there at 600, and it was coming out of there at 270. So massive, massive increase. Now, in the opposite direction, what we want to do is we want to have it come and drop it off. So we want to have a SAM ore drop-off spot. So we're going to have to go all the way back to the base. So we'll get here. Oh, wait, before we go, we want to go ahead and do our block signals before I forget. We're going to go ahead and throw a block signal right over here. We can get this to flip to the other side. Gotta be easy. Let's just move it back just a little bit in case we want to add more to the train. These block signals are really super awkward. They always seem to be going the opposite direction that I want it to go. You're supposed to use your scroll wheel to turn it around, but it come on, go to the other side. Left side, hit R. R for right side. Now it's going in the wrong direction. Right side, left side. Huh. Why does it say it's going that way? It normally flips to the other side when you do your scroll wheel. It does not want to flip. Why are you not flipping? Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it works over there. Okay, it wasn't working here. Go do the one on the outside here. Maybe that'll get us going. Again, scroll wheel should make it flip. There it goes. Being feisty tonight. Feisty, feisty. Come on, Gabe. Gonna be like that, are you? Gonna be like that today, are you? Come on. There we go. Fine, I'll put it back there for now. So you usually want to put it going into the station and then going out of the station so that the one behind it will come up and stop here. Now, if you see it doing this, everybody, you know there's something wrong with your signals. Typically, if it's flashing, that means you don't have enough signals. Again, usually you want to do them in pairs so that you can fix the coming and going of your trains. And it's whenever you go into something that's going to actually turn, that's the most important thing. And so we got to go up here. We got to add some more block signals so that the rest of the trains can also run. And you can mess up the whole rest of your trains if you don't put your block signals in properly. So this is going into that one, and then this one over here. We'll want this one going into this switch. Get it to do what we want it to do. Come on, switch back the other way. Why are you being so feisty today? It's not letting me switch. All right, right there. All right, if you notice that those things are no longer there, and again, it's whenever you're going into a transition. So here there's a transition, so you need one back there so that it will transition this way. And then you need this one here, which is going to transition that way. Oh, that is the wrong way. So yes, that's why I was doing that. This actually is going to go that way. And then come back and then end up there. Oh, I had that backwards, so I'm so glad that the train went by. So that's why it was trying to force me to go that way. And that's okay. So this is going to come back that way. And then the train is going to end up on this side. Going to go this way. And it's going to end up coming the other way. Okay, I have the train station backwards. Train station backwards. My bad. This is why you test these things. Take all those block signals out. Take our train out. Like this. We'll take all this out. And we got to do this the other way. We'll go and get rid of all the SAM ore that we just Collected. Throw in the trash. Hold down Control to just throw that in the trash. And then we will go ahead and flip our station the other way. I'll move this forward just a little bit. Like that. Hit H to put it in hologram mode, which is one of the greatest things they added to the game, everybody. Hologram mode is awesome. All right, so I turned the station around so it's aiming back that way because I forgot it's got to come in from this side and then go back, go through that other station and then circle back because it's coming in on the left side, which often I actually do right side in, left side in. It's all depending on, you know, everything that you're trying to set up. So we'll go ahead and readjust it. And better we fix it now, we find the issue now, than to go all the way back to our base and then realize, oh wait, we got that going the wrong way. All right, now we got it. Then this goes here, like this, and then this is going to go out of there, and then, let's see if it does. Well, look, it's still not doing it right. There it goes, all right. And then here, our block signal should be on this side. Come on, what are you doing to me today? What are you doing to me? And so you want the arrow to turn around the other way. It's not turning the arrow around to get that going. I feel like you should be able to press a button that does that. There we go. I guess it's like the way I move my cursor. Yeah, it does it. Notice that it changed color. It's kind of like a pink color in between there. And this is like a white color. And that just helps you set that up. Now, we still need to fix this so that we switch it actually the other way. So this one's going to come this way and go in, and then the other one is going to go the opposite direction. So we'll need to fix that in opposite. So this one's going into the curve here. So we'll go ahead and just have it back here. And then the curve here is actually coming this way and switching into there. So we'll just put this back here. Ugh, man, it's so annoying. I didn't used to be this bad. Again, using my scroll wheel to try to get it to flip to the other side, but it don't want to do it. All right, we'll do it way back here. Doesn't really matter as long as you have those tracks separate so that it can know which way to flow. And then we don't need this one back here because this one's just going to come up here and go that way as well. And this is going to go, yeah, because this is going in this direction. So there's no switch. It's actually two of them merging in this way. And so we have this line, which is going to block it if there's someone already on that line. Okay, then we can look around our radar and make sure there's no exclamation points that are telling us that our train's not working. Looks good now. All right, that's all we need. Basic signaling. And then we are going to go ahead and actually put this over here. Kind of got like a curve and then another curve. I feel like we really just want one curve. One curve to rule them all. One like really super smooth curve. Back just a bit. Gotta go here right about there. So let's move this forward. Nice little smooth curve there, I feel like, on this one. Because it's going to be coming in and it's going to be going around to go around that way. So you want a nice curve in there. Okay, so this train is going to be going this way. And then we'll put our stuff here. And again, we'll rename this to Sam or Pickup. Every now and again, we want to look at our power, make sure our batteries aren't being burnt out. Sam or Pickup. All right, so that's going to come around that way and end up in there. Now let's go ahead and fix our splitter stuff over here. Why do we just not put this down the center like that? By the way, this one over here doesn't actually need a splitter because there's only one thing that it's really doing, so don't need a splitter down there. I'm gonna go ahead and clean this up a little bit here. Try anyway. There we go. There we go. All right, rerun that in there, looking good. So this is going to come in here. It's going to go this way. And again, you want to simulate how the train's going to run. And so it'll come through this line, end up over there, pick up that SAM ore, and then run back this way. Now it only has one option going this way, which is to go to the left. So you don't really need to switch tracks or anything like that. Just running this way, and then boom, it's going to go like this. Very nice. And then if there's no train here, it's just going to go straight through here. And we need to think about the fact that there's going to be another train coming through here. So you don't want to make it stop way back there if it's waiting for the train to go all the way forward. So you want to add some more block signals along the way so it can progress forward without running into the other train. So we're going to get over here to the top of this hill here. And we're going to add another one. Just kind of spread these trains out from each other, but not also make it where it goes too far. And then again, with our awkward not switching to the other side stuff. Switch to the other side, Gabe. There we go. Boy. That definitely needs to be worked on. I don't remember it being that bad. But I'm just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and moving around and looking for the magic spot that's going to let that work. All right. So now, again, that train will come forward once the other train has gone past that spot. It'll come forward and wait for it to clear this part of the track and keep going. All right. So now we need to come back along this train line. And we needed to basically drop that SAM ore over cow. We're like a rogue train, everybody, because there's other trains running on this same track, which I can very easily run into, as you saw earlier. All right, we're still looking good through here. No trains in here right now. Set to the left, which is going to put us right here perfectly. Yes, very nice. Alrighty. Now, do we want to extend this out to where it puts the SAM ore right here, or do we want to put this where it puts the SAM ore over there? I don't think we have enough room to put one over there. But we may have enough room to run it here, and then we can go ahead and run it on top of what we're running there. So we could go ahead and build something out here. Let's go ahead and cover these up. Just kind of utilize this area. Now, obviously, I'm going to be reworking all of this when we get our bigger blueprinters and start to work very vertically. You can see I already work vertically, everybody, because of all that stuff over there. But even more so. Especially with our train tracks, you'd actually run multiple levels of tracks right over the top of each other, and you know, do it 5 layers high if you want. Working vertically is very, very fun. It does require a lot more effort to do that as well. Okay, so what can we do here? I don't think we have enough room for this train station. Get in here and turn around and go back the other way. We could free up some space right here by moving a bit of this out of the way. Let's do a bit of that. Clean up this spaghetti a little bit. Go ahead and run that belt like, okay, or not. That way. love this straight function. They added a straight function so you can do really nice corners. So automatically do the corners for you. We're just going to kind of move this out of the way. And reconnect. Not that. There we go. Not curve. There we go. And we'll run this along here. And then we'll do the straight function, which will get us to there. Then turn this back to default. Get that around this curve too. Run that down to there. Then turn our straight function on, which will automatically offset that. And there we go. All right. Now that's not interfering with that. Now what we're going to do is actually have this one come straight off of here and then end up in a station over here, and then give it enough room to turn around, hopefully. Let's see. We're trying to maximize the use of our space here. So we're going to need 2 cargo areas, and we're going to need to turn around. So probably do our turnaround first. Let's go over here and try to maximize our space. And where we're going to be coming in at? I'd say probably on that side. So we'll just nudge this all the way out here. Again, unlimited nudging, everybody. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, let's say right there. It looks good to me. That'll give us some room for our train station to do its thing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and back this up a bit. And maybe offset it to here. And we want our train station to be going this way. Let's check that arrow. Hit H for hologram so that you can double check that it is lined up how you want it to be. That's how I want it to be, just like that. And we'll go over here and move this stuff. Going to be blocking. And then we will go out on that side, out on this side. That's pretty much it. That's all we need to do. Again, blueprints really help out with this. And so again, we're going to go ahead and do this to there. Oops, sorry, we just take this out. And this to there. Then this one's going to come back, and it's going to go ahead and tie right back into that other station. And we've already got all the block signals and everything over there that we need. And so we need block signals over here. Okay, going out of your station and into your station. Oh, man, why is it so feisty today? There we go. That's going out of the station. And this is going to come in just like that. Again, it will figure all this out as long as you do your block signals correctly. There we go. Okay, that going in, this going out. And then we're going to go into kind of a merge here. And so we'll want to get our block signal to go to the other side. Why will you not go to the other side today, block signal? You suck at your job. There we go. Now we got a bit of problem here. We need another block signal, I believe, right over here. To tell it which way to go. Come on. Man, that's annoying. Let's take this one out. Yes. Another one there. Yeah, we got problems. Yeah, this whole side has block signal problems. So this is working, that's working. This side over here is not working. We need to take this one out. There we go. Again, always when you're going into a curve, that was past the curve. You don't want to do where the two things merge. You want to actually be back from it. So whenever you're coming in that direction, that's when you need a block signal. you don't need a block signal if you're just it's gonna automatically go that way. Like this way over here is just to segment the fact that, okay, I'm gonna go into this curve, and if there's somebody already in this curve, then it will not go past that point. That's basically what we're setting up. We don't want to see any of the exclamation points, or all the trains will stop. And some of these trains are my coal trains, which is actually what's causing my power to run. So you don't want that to go. But as you can see, we're probably making the most complex rail system I've ever done in the game. And the reason why I've been waiting to do it this long is because I've been waiting for it to go full release. And then, of course, they added a bunch of features here in 1.1, which is even better. But you can see our trains are working perfectly, which is awesome. Awesome. All right, so this is going to be our Sam ore drop-off right over here. Sam ore drop-off. Ammo. Now, we need to tell it to actually drop it off, otherwise it won't do it, right? So we want to make sure we switch these to unload right over here. And then we're going to see if it works. We're going to see if the trains crash into each other, because we're going to go to our timetable. We're going to go ahead and rename our train here, which is going to be our Sam train. Oh, there is a block signal problem over here. Something going on over that way we'll have to deal with. And then we'll tell it that we want to go ahead and go to Sam ore pickup and then Sam ore drop off. We'll save those changes. We'll turn on self-driving, and we'll see if it can do that. And I put it in front of the pickup part. And I can definitely see there's a signal problem there that we'll have to deal with our or coal train. Okay, no, it's okay. It's good now. It's figured it out. Awesome. Okay, so the Sam train should pick that up, come over here, and drop off some Sam ore for us to use. Now, while we're waiting for that, we need to figure out how to make trigons. So we're going to go ahead and look at trigons. What do we need? We need some fix-it ignits. Okay, well, how do we do fix-it ignits? Well, we just click on it right here, say open that up. And we are going to need reanimated SAM and some iron ignits. And it just so happens that we have a little smidge of iron ignits over there that we can kind of tap into, run them over here, and utilize them over here. Now, really what we want to see is what machines that we need, right? So for the ignits here, we're going to need the converter, right, which is one of the ones we just made over there. But we also need a process before that, which is our reanimated SAM. So we need to look at that. And so that is the raw resources. The raw SAM ore then becomes reanimated SAM in the constructor. So what we really need is the constructor. Now, we also need the ability to store all this extra SAM ore. So that would be the first thing I would add right over here. So we're going to just run that out of there and drop it into a bunch of storage up over here. And the way we do that is just to go ahead and grab ourselves a nice thing like this. And again, these are all modular blueprints, so we can use them for many different things. And remember, if you are one of my Patreon supporters over there, you will get all these blueprints, or you can try them out yourself. So we're going to go ahead and get our constructor, or actually our storage first. Let's do our storage first here. And we want to make sure we know which way is the input. This is the output, so the white arrow wants to be facing away from us. So blueprints, storages, white arrow facing the other way, hit H, and then we're just going to nudge this into position. And then I have these set up so they look like they're just sitting right on top of each other, which is pretty cool, everybody. Pretty cool with the built-in stuff. All right, so now we want to get this to drop this off and make the journey over here. Let's see. Oh, here it comes. Nope, that's not it. That's our quartz train. Quartz train already dropped off its stuff. It's out of here. Let's see. Is this one working its way back? Oh, there comes the train. I don't know. It might be the right train. It might be the right trade. What do we got here? Oh, that is not it. That is the Quicksilver train, or Quickwire train. I don't know. It might be working its way over here. Yeah, there's a boxy train, a coal train. Let's see. We got our forest coal train there. I don't know where it is. There's our SAM train. Yeah, there it is. It's going along the track, so that's good. Good to know that it is actually not crashed into another train. Now, while we're waiting, again, you want to make sure that this does say unload, because it's going to load on that side, unload on this side. And then what we're going to do is take the outputs of both of these and run them into over there. Oh, here comes another train. Which train is that train? That train is our... It's so cool when you get so many trains going, right? That's our box ride, which is for our aluminum as well. Very cool. Let's go ahead and get a nice merger going on over here. And we're going to aim it this way. Oh, there's our SAM train. Let's hope it goes ahead and unloads our stuff for us. And we're going to go ahead and lift this way up over this, like so. That's a little far for this to run. We're going to go ahead and see how far it can go, right about here. So we're going to turn this on to curve. We're just going to run it right down the center here and see how I like that. I really like that. All right, very nice. And then we can try to bring it up. And we can put it in either of those. I feel like I'm going to put it in the top one. Just playing around with the curve function. Love that curve function. So dropped it off, and here comes our SAM ore perfecto right into our storages. There we go. That's 21 storages in there, everybody. So it's got plenty of room to drop off tons and tons of that SAM ore. And now that's it. It's done. I don't have to do anything else. I've got it all set. And of course, we have all this complex action, all this complex interaction with trains. But again, if you understand the basics that I just showed you, make sure that you put your block signals when you go into anything that's merging or basically has to make a decision at that particular point. That's the best time to use that. Do you have an oil train? Yes, I have my oil train right over there. There it is, very large oil train, and that's what's bringing up the oil over here. And you can see that it is being converted into fuel, and then over here into turbo fuel, and then turbo fuel being used back there. Of course, we're going to be doing rocket fuel and all sorts of other fuel later on. Right now, though, we got to get this going, and the reason why we got to get this going is so that we can get upgrades to our hub. Right now, we're making a bunch of diamonds and a bunch of stuff that we need for the quantum encoding. And we are working toward our trigons. Now, we got to go ahead and take this SAM ore that we just got, and we want to convert this SAM ore into the next thing. Right, so again, let's go ahead and work our way backwards again. Fix trigon, and then we go here, open this up, which is our fix it ignite, which is a combination of reanimated SAM and iron ignite. But we need to go ahead and get our reanimated SAM going, so we'll open that up. And that is going to be this to this in constructors, right? So we want to add some constructors here. So we'll go ahead and grab this. We'll run this across here like this. And then we're going to use our blueprints again. You can see I just have all this stuff on tap. Everybody got it all on tap. Easy to use. Easy to just go ahead and throw it down there and use it over and over and over again. Now you can see our input is in right there. Now, we don't want the input on the same side because this storage actually outputs on the other side. So we want this to be switched. So we want the arrow to be pointing, again, away from what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead again, take those constructors, put them right down here, rotate it with the mouse wheel, then hit H, and then make sure that it is lined up nicely, and then click. And then if we go to this other side, you can see it already built out all the constructors there, and all we need to do is go ahead and bring this up, and then that's going to run in there. But they do also have the very cool conveyor splitters over here now that you can just go ahead and run that right into the other side as well. So now it's going to run into both sides with that SAM ore. We then want to go in here and tell it what we want it to be. In this case, we want it to go ahead and be reanimated SAM, and then we're going to go ahead and copy it. Now, I'm a big fan of copying it with the window up. You can use the copy button down here or Control-C, so I'll just hit copy anyway. And then I also like to paste with that window up so I can make sure that it did actually take hold, because I've had it way too many times where it acted like it did it, but then it didn't. So I find this is always the way. You can just kind of set it and forget it. Just like that. Very nice. And of course, in the blueprint, we have it all set up where we can go ahead and chain our power to some of the factories below. Now, of course, the ones in orange are factories. The ones in blue are storage. I do love to color code my stuff. Okay, so all we got to do is find a little spot here to run this, and I just happen to know right over here. Connect that in, and then this should just go ahead and start right up on its own, making us some SAM ore, yeah, or SAM, reanimated SAM. So there we go. And it's going to output to this side again. So what we do is we go out here, and we bring this up again, like so. And then again, we're using these foundations as a template to help us line up our blueprints like this. And then we, of course, want to make a bunch of reanimated SAM and then store that. Now, I like to store each step of the process because, again, if anything stops, you have a bunch of backlog of that particular thing, which works out pretty great. And again, we can go ahead and look and see which side is the input. So this one, we're going to go ahead and turn the arrow this way. Where's our output on this? Hold on. Let's take that out. Now that is our input going that way. Our output is here. So we want our input to be on this side for the storage. Again, we'll want the arrow probably be pointing away from us. And we'll look. Yeah, here's our input here. And then we will nudge that over. And you're like, Kismet, why do you do square buildings? Well, square buildings are the most efficient buildings, both in game and in real life, everybody. This is why they make square buildings. And the reason why they make square buildings is because it is the most space efficient, because you get the most square footage from it. Actually, I could have just done this even easier. You get the most square footage from square buildings versus round buildings. This is why they don't build too many round buildings, because it's not very square footage efficient, right? And I do that pretty much in the early game, and then later on I'm very less efficient because I'm mega building, and that's when I make it fancy, everybody. Really, if you want to be super efficient, it's not definitely not taking a lot of time to build something that you could build in a quarter of the time with less cost, right? It's all about the cost of that thing. All right, that all looks good. So that's going to go in there, and what that's going to do is go ahead and go into all these storages up here and end up in our final storage right here. And if it's working, we should eventually see some of these reanimated SAMs end up right here at the end. Ah, there they are. We know it made it all the way to the end of the entire process that we did. Now we're waiting for it to come back with some more SAM ore, which is then going to float into there. Might have just done it. It's going to grab more SAM ore, run it into here, then process that SAM ore. I think I hear it processing. Not yet, not yet. And again, it'll start backlogging that SAM ore a little faster, and then it will have more SAM ore to bring until it gets all the way up to full ramp-up speed, where I have it 600 extracting. And then again, the trains have to wait for each other. The primary train, or the highest level train right now, is coal, right? Because that coal is coming in, and instead of being it for coal power, it's actually for converting into compact coal. Compact coal is then being run underneath here, and that's what all these lower buildings are, is a bunch of compact coal that is producing so we can make our turbo fuel. So you don't want to interrupt that. You want that to make sure that that's a priority train that's coming through. And that train does not stop, or your power will run out. Now, I do like to bring it down just a little bit, so you're not using it at 100% efficiency, though you can do that if you want. I do like to be about 90%. This way I have 10% extra leeway in resources and whatnot, so that you have a constant, consistent running power, so your power never turns off. Even if you're modifying things and you have your train turned off for a minute or two while you're doing whatever, or even 10 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever you're doing, you have a nice backlog to accommodate all of that as well. So not only making it efficient in there, but also making it efficient when you're making changes. And that's really thinking super next level, everybody. That's thinking really far ahead when it's in your steps. And not a lot of people are going to tell you that. Not a lot of people are going to tell you how to think that far ahead, everybody. How far ahead that you can do it. So there we go. We got that going very nicely. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and wait for our train to come back. Let's go ahead and check in on it. Where is it? Where is our train? There's our boxy train. There's our SAM train making its way back. All right, we're going to have some more SAM ore here in just a bit. Okay, and again, we'll just let that run for a bit because now we have the next part of the process that we want to add. And notice how I'm making vertical bases, everybody. I really find it very, very fun to make vertical factories, actually. To make vertical factories, and then all of a sudden it's like something out of the future, right? You have all these vertical stacks that you're doing because that's very space efficient. If you could do that in real life, everybody, if you could find a way to just fabricate that and stack them on top of each other and they would be sound, this is the way you should do it in real life, because this way you wouldn't have to buy as much real estate. If you think about it, if you buy just a plot of land, then you could build vertically as high as they'll let you build, right? Now, there is actually height limits in real life. They're called air rights that you could buy from another building to make your building taller, which is crazy, I think. But there is a limit to the height at which you can build based on the zoning laws in your area. But now you have no real height limit. You could eventually hit the ceiling or the sky here in the game, but really most people are not going to go that high, everybody. Most people not. Not even me, but you never know. We might do it in this playthrough. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so now we need to do the next part of the process, which is basically to siphon some of our raw iron. We don't need to get the raw iron itself. We should get the raw iron ignits that we've done and probably have a massive backlog sitting right over here that we can just go ahead and tap into, run it straight over here, and then also utilize it over here. So we'll do that here in a bit. But we want to go ahead and do the next part of the process. Again, taking your trigons and working your way backwards to your fixed ignits. Okay, so now we want to combine those together, but we got to combine them in the converter. Now, how many of these do I really want to make, everybody? Do I want to make a crazy ton of them, or do I just want to, take one converter and let it run? Me, I'm going to use one converter and let it run because I don't really need that many. So this is going to be actually unusual where I don't actually make a blueprint for it because converters right now are very power hungry in my current build. But we'll come back to it later. So all I'm really going to do is just make a nice foundation there. And we probably don't have the resources for another converter, but we'll go ahead and take a look and see what we got. Yeah, we need more SAM fluctuators and radio control units. Now, luckily, I think so far ahead that over here it's been making me a bunch of radio control units that I can go ahead and use in our fun little spaghetti that we put over here. Again, it's your game, everybody. Do a mixture of all the techniques. Worked with modular style, mega bases, spaghetti if you need it. Again, you can work with all of it. There's no one way of doing it. It's your world. You build it however you want. Wow, look how many it made while we were gone. Holy moly. All right. That was a lot of those. All right, very nice. Okay, we got as many of those as we need for right now, and then we can go ahead and reattach this up over here. Like that. There we go, and then we can get that running again. Back over there. There we go. Go back to making our turbo motors for us over there. All right, go do your thing. Okay. So we got that going. Let's go back over here. We're going to put our converter over here. And we are going to get this going. Oh, we need our SAM fluctuators as well. We might want to put that production in here as well. Let's do that as well. Let's go ahead and put our SAM fluctuators over here because we're going to need a bunch of those as well. What do we need? We need reanimated SAM, we need wire, and we need steel pipes. Well, we have all of these processes going, including the reanimated SAM. So what do we need? We need a manufacturer to crank that sucker out, the big boy. So what we're going to do is just go ahead and do the same thing, but we're going to go ahead and put it right over here as well. Now, this is a little awkward when you're doing this, everybody, because it's going to try to put it in the center. That's not what you want that to do. You want to go ahead and just bring this up like this. I'm going to use the orange one because that represents production for me. Or factory in this case. And we're just going to make a nice little space up here on top. I do have a blueprint that does this, by the way. That's a 5x5 blueprint, but sometimes it's just easier just to do it yourself. Like that. There we go. And we're going to take a nice big manufacturer, and we're going to just stick it right here in the center of this one. There we go. Now, because we're right next to part of the production that we need, we can go ahead and split that production and send half of it over here and half of it to the actual production of trigons. So we're going to be making trigons, plus we're also going to be making our SAM fluctuators at the same time. And again, all we have to do is run some wire and steel pipes, which we're producing over there in those big stacks there. And we can just run that in our logistics level, which is actually underneath all of this. We've got a pretty awesome logistics level that we can access. And look at all this room down here, everybody, to run all the wires and all the belts that we're going to need. So we'll get back to that here in just a bit, but we can also, by the way, just manually do this. I don't know if you ever thought about just manually doing stuff. I call it offline production, where you're not actually running the stuff in there, but I actually have some reanimated SAM there that I could do there. I could go ahead and say, hey, do I have any wire in the dimensional depot, which I do. And so there we go. We can go ahead and throw some wire in there, and then also some pipes. I can go ahead and look for those. Yeah, we got some of those in the dimensional depot as well. We can go ahead and throw those in there as well. And then, of course, we want to tap into our power, which we're going to go ahead and just connect right here to the side. And then we're going to go ahead and run this down into our lower production down here. There we go. And that's going to go ahead and start up and do some of these for us automatically right there. Now, me, I love to overclock, and that's what we're going to do. Just like that. Okay, we need about 100 of those, so it's going to take us about 4 minutes. 4 minutes, and we'll have 100 of those suckers right in there, if we have enough reanimated SAM. Now, what we're doing over here is also producing a bunch of reanimated SAM over here. It should eventually get here. We get that to drop off. What's going on with our SAM ore? Did it make it? Over here doing a pickup. Looked like it came through. So we did our SAM ore run there. That should have ran into here. I missed it when we were busy doing other things. I don't think it's connected. Or it's not coming out? No, it's coming out. There's a little SAM ore there. If it coming out was feeding in there. We still only got 2. So there's something up. That should have came over here and dropped a bunch of that off by now. So there's something that we did. Oh, we didn't reconnect. I know exactly what it is, everybody. We didn't reconnect. You look and see the SAM ore's empty. We didn't reconnect the mine where the SAM ore was. Because we took the train station out during that time, and we kind of messed that up. All right, we got this. We got this. We got to take another little trip out there. And away we go. You know, when I'm doing this train, everybody, I'm holding the shift key down to make it go faster, but it doesn't make it go faster, just so you know. All right, we want to go right. Uh-oh, we wanted to go left. I missed it. Here's the great thing about your own train. You can just take it off of there, then dip over this way. Which there's no train coming. I actually wanted to go left there. I forgot. It's been a few weeks since we were working on this. All right, here we go. And then back this way. And your trains can get very, very complex very quick. But as you can see, you can do a lot of really cool stuff with trains, everybody. We're really going all out with trains in this particular playthrough. Now, same thing here. Want to go left, so I'm going to use hit the A key. So we're going to go left. Going to take us all the way out to our thing here, and also a great way to run this. We know it's already working. We know that SAM ore train is making it all the way in there and dropping it off, but I know exactly what it is. The second I realized there was none coming out of there, I thought, oh wait, we took the train station out and we didn't reconnect the power from the updated train station. So we definitely want to go fix that. It'll take just a moment. And again, hitting A key, so it's going to send me to the left. And right over here. Yeah, it's disconnected. I can see it already. All right. My bad. I forgot to reconnect it when we switched the train station around the other way. That was my bad. Because the train was going the opposite direction. All right, there we go. So now that has that. You can see there's no SAM ore coming out of there. Now it's got to spin up. Now I would not leave until you see that running out of there. There we go. All right, now that's working. The train doesn't have anything to pick up, so we could actually grab the train here. We could tell it to turn off self-driving. And I would actually stop the train and back it up. Like this. Just a little bit. I mean, probably would have been fine there. But I'll back it up just a little bit. Let it backlog a little bit before you take the train back again. This way, when you get back there, it'll make a bunch of stuff, which will help us make our SAM fluctuators eventually. Again, that's coming out of there. It's 600 now. And eventually, this will start to gap here. But it had extra stuff that we were extracting. So. All right, that's probably good enough. Then we'll go ahead and tell it to turn back on self-driving, and then I can literally just stand back and let it do all the work. All right, now we fix the problem. Again, that's one of the things about troubleshooting and figuring it out how it goes. Air rights are a big thing here in New York City. Exactly, same thing here, or same thing where I'm from in California, not here in Tennessee, but in California, that's a thing. Other buildings buy the air rights of other buildings so they can make their buildings taller. Do you have an oil train? Are they 6x6 large or bigger size? Right now, I'm doing 5x5s because I haven't unlocked the 6x6 yet. We're working toward that. Right now, we're kind of letting the train dock. Grab that a little bit of SAM ore that we got going, and then we'll watch our SAM order just as we go along, make sure it still is working. I should have double-checked that that was running before I left. But that was my bad. All right, now this will go ahead and check and see if there's any other trains coming down the tracks. No trains coming down the tracks right now, so it's good to go through here. But there is a train in front of it, so it needs to stop and wait for this train to clear first. This is the forest coal train. And so will automatically stop at the block signal. Now, why is my block signal back so far? That's because I have multiple engines on the back. Doesn't matter where your engines are, everybody. They can be on the back or the front. They can be in either one. Now this one, again, I kind of spread these out so they wouldn't be so close. So this one's going to wait here for a while that one gets all the way up to the block signal that I put all the way at the top of the hill. I don't like to put block signals at the beginning or the ends of hills because then your train is on a hill or about to go into a hill, which slows down its momentum. So you want to keep your momentum going as good as you can. But this is a great test ride. See, it went past the block signal. So now this has plenty of room to get up to speed, while the other one is still making its way in there. And you want to have them, offset from each other. So they're not, they don't have the potential of crashing into each other either. But because you have the block signals, they're not going to crash anyway. But it just, this way they don't have to wait as much. They don't have to wait as much for the train because they'll get separated from each other, especially when you're just using 2 trains. If you use 4 trains, it would actually be more difficult because it would slow down the trains more and slow down the stations more, which I learned by doing that mistake. It's actually better, more efficient if I had 2 trains on that track than if I had 4 trains. You would think more would be better, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. All right, here we go. We're coming through here. No trains in our way right now. Again, I'm not doing anything, everybody. It's doing all automatically, which is just so incredibly cool. Oh, here goes slowing down. There's probably a train ahead of us. Yep, there's a train in this forest coal drop-off. So the train that was ahead of us back there is dropping off its stuff right now. Again, these trains are auto. Notice again, I have this one way away from the train station because of the extra engines in the back. I like to put the engines in the back so I don't have to put extra things in there to accommodate those engines. I just move the block signal back, which is so much easier, everybody. So much easier than adding extra things to every single one of your train stations. I feel like those are absolutely useless. If you can put the train engines on the back, that's what you should do, 100%. 100% for sure. All right, this one's waiting. I wonder what it's waiting for. Waiting for another train to go back or to do something. That's clear there. This says red there. There we go. Waiting for some other train to clear. There we go. Kind of a weird that it stopped that long. See, this one's going to stop up here. But it did its job. The block signal did. Again, normally I don't like it to stop on a hill like this. This one's not too bad. And this is a smaller train. The smaller your train, the faster it's going to go. The bigger your train, the slower it's going to go. Unless you put extra engines on there. Now this one's waiting for the train that's waiting for another train, which is cool. Now this train is a low priority train, where my coal trains are all my high priority trains. So if it's waiting for the coal train, okay. And these will all figure itself out. And again, they'll all get into a rhythm, an equilibrium, because of the way you've done your block signals, where they will hopefully not block each other. Watch as this one goes under this way and then turns up that way while this one goes that way. Again, you start with one track and then all of a sudden you're getting this very complex system running just because you know how to use your block signals. Again, this one's going to wait for this train. Dropping off my coal. Wait till that train clears the entire station first. And then, ready to go. Now this one's going to go on its own path over here at the end of this particular one that we just added. It'll auto switch itself like that. And a little worried it wasn't going to switch there for a last second. And then we're now to its own train station. Again, we use existing tracks to basically bring this ore over here. And now that we remembered to actually turn the extractor on, we should see here in just a second after it takes all of this and puts it in there, we want to look at this this line right over here that all of a sudden we'll see a bunch of SAM ore coming out of there. And then again, this will get up to speed because now it's backlogging a bunch of SAM ore back there at the other station. And we should see a bunch of it start to run out of there. Down that train, once the train is done loading. Notice it's not running right now because again, it stops production until it does that, and we should see it running. There it is. There it is running out there. I love the curved thing going on there. Very fun. That's just for fun, everybody. I put it up like that so it, kind of wee like a ride. All right, so there it goes, running that SAM ore. Now remember, that's out of there. It's coming out of there at 780, right? It's going in at 600 at the other side, but it's coming out of here at 780 as fast as it possibly can. And eventually we'll have it come out of there at 1200. All right, so now it is doing that. It is going through, it is producing our little reanimated SAMs here, and we should see more of them showing up in this final box here. Yeah, there we go. All right, very nice. Now we do want to tap into that and run that down here. So we're going to use this bottom one. And just kind of tap into the bottom one here and run it around the corner. I'll make it straight. There we go. And then very easily just can run this down. And we'll keep it up just a little bit. So we'll get a little bit of curve down. And there we go. Reanimated SAM, and it's off and running. It's off and running. Very nice. And again, I didn't have to make that reanimated SAM. It made it for me, and now we're going to make some SAM fluctuators out of it. But we want to also use some of that reanimated SAM on the next thing. Notice that I'm also not checking the numbers of how much inputs and outputs and how many of each thing I need. Don't really need to do that at this point because I don't need that many of them. Later on, when we scale this up, we will max production all of these processes, meaning that whatever we or whatever the extraction we want to do, say it's 1200 or 600 or whatever, we will max that entire process so that it produces the most amount of that particular thing from those nodes we're extracting from. All right, as well, or whatever the requirement is for the next step that we're going to be doing. Right, say we're going to run something in the blender or nuclear power, whatever it is we're going to do. Okay, now that we've done that, we're going to again work toward our converter here. We need our SAM fluctuators, and that's why we're doing those first. Right over here, we did 29. All right, very nice. We need some more reanimated SAM, so we gotta wait some more. We gotta wait some more to do its thing. Oh my gosh, 2 hours already flew by. Awesome, good time to hydrate. I should really color that train. Next time that train comes in, we're gonna color it. We can color this train. Oh, like a brown. Box right. We go over here and color this. Actually, we can color the station itself brown. That's right, there we go. This one over here, we will color it yellow. Quick wire. Very nice. I'm waiting for our train to make it back. Oh, here it comes. All right, be a minute or so. I also use this for quartz, but I'm going to also use it for SAM ore, which is a purple. Look at all these complex tracks going through here. That's quartz and sulfur on that train. Here comes another train. What's this one? I think this is our train. Oh, psych! That's our quick wire train. Let's go in and color that train. So in the future, we won't be confused. Very nice. Full drop off. I think our other train is waiting behind that train. Coal will be good in gray. Right. And I believe this is the correct train, our SAM train. Again, you can color code all your trains, you know exactly which ones they are, and then color your stations the same way. Yes, here it is. And there we go. So whenever we're looking and we see a train coming, is that our SAM train? Now we know because it's purple. And also it's purple and it has only 2 train cars versus the other one, which is purple and has 5 train cars. Or 4, or how many ever it has. All right, come on, drop off some more of that SAM ore. And I was going to drop off much more this time than it did last time. And that's because it's been backlogging a lot more while we were riding it over here. And then again, it will get into an equilibrium where it has a certain amount that it can produce by the time the train gets back. But it's definitely going to be a lot more than what we just did. And again, train's going to go out. And off it goes. And we have our box ride train, so it's actually going to stop and wait for our box ride train. To unload it, and then it's going to go the other thing. All right, there we go. Again, these are all level 5s into there, run in there. We should see some of these start up here in a second. And then it's going to do some more SAM fluctuators for us for right now. And then eventually, of course, we'll split it into trigons. I bet you we got a ton of diamonds made back over that other way by now. All right, here they go. All right, again, we got this all in line here, which is pretty awesome. Now, we can also go get some wire and steel pipes and run those lines over here as well. I wonder if I'm running any wire or steel pipes anywhere around here. Good question. Good question. All right, how we do it over here? Kind of looks like we're stopped. Looks like there might be, I need to flush this water. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the full pipe network, flush that water. I think we overclocked this, and it's causing the water to be too much. And so it's not packaging the water fast enough, so I think we just need to flush that. Get rid of that excess, and then both of these should fire up nicely. I think so. Yeah, there we go. It's on it. It is on it. All right, very nice. Over here, it should be doing a lot more. And we got 28. Getting there. Getting there, getting there. All right, we can work on our trigons while we're waiting. Trigons. Okay, so once we make the ignits here from the over here, once we make the ignits from over here from our converter, we'll take the ignits and then we will turn them right here into trigons, and we need the constructor for that. So we're going to need some room here, but we're going to need to know how high this converter is, right? How many blocks up it is. So we'll just go over here and we'll compare it to what we got. So it looks like a 1, 2, 3, say 5. 5 up here. Say this. Take it and put it down like, yeah, there we go. Plenty of room. Perfect. Okay. So we'll do that, and then we're going to take these and again put them into storage. Now, I always like to put storage in case it gets backlogged, or, you know, it makes so many of those things that it's filled up all of my storage, which does happen over time, and especially happens when you use the server. When you put it on a server, it's just going to run and run and run, and, you know, I let it run sometimes for weeks and months, and it will be a lot. It'll be a lot. All right, so we have the input there. So where is this? Input here, output here. We're going to input here. It's going to output and then go into that input. So we want the converter to be facing this way. When we put it in, and then we will have our stuff run right up into there. Very nice. Okay. Just waiting on our stuff for our converter. Oh, I have so many that I can't even do anymore. All right, more pipes. I'll just take a bunch of those out of there. Run that in there manually. What are we at now? 68. All right, so about 32 left. So we're going to do that, then we're going to store that, then we need to go to constructors. Again, I came up with this whole system that makes this really, really easy, everybody. Really easy to just keep doing this stuff over and over again. So this is going to go in there, and so it's going to, the input is going to be in the back, and this will be the output on this side. So we'll go like this. And we can prepare this while we're waiting for all that other stuff to do its thing. We'll go in here. We'll say trigons. We'll copy. And then we'll go to each of these and paste them like so. Again, you can do lots of things you can do while you're waiting. All right, trigon's good. And then we'll go ahead and grab one of our little power connectors here. Run this down into our lower factory. And so that's storage. Down here. That's a bit far. Go there. And then run it down here. To that one. There we go. Oh, this one's a little high. Oh, nope, too high. Let's take that out. My bad. Wasn't paying attention. Take that out. I mean, I could have left it, but this way it's going to look like it's sitting on top of the other one automatically. Yeah, I've been playing for 2 hours. Thank you for the heads up. So, I forgot where the inputs and outputs were. Input here, output in the back. So, that's where we're going to do this. And constructors. So, the input is going to be on that side. The output on this side. The output of this, go to the input of this, and we're going to split this, and that up into there, and we'll have to run our power again. Let's do it. Doesn't matter which one I use as long as it's one that has a little slot left. There we go. Down we go again. Big gap between production there. Just tie it right back into that one. And we'll have to do our trigon thing again over here that we already did because we took it out. We got to do it again. Copy. Probably actually already remembered from last time, but we'll just make sure we do it again. Make sure it's right so we can set it and forget it. Let's go. Fast. All right, very nice. Okay. So, we need to get this to do its thing over here. How are we doing? All right, we got 100 of them. All right, that's as many as we need for right now. Now we can get over here and use our converter. We are running it out of this one into the converter over here. Okay, yes. So we're going to go ahead and put this somewhat in the center. And then we are, and again, you can actually use 3 different types of materials, iron, deuterium, and aluminum. I actually have aluminum nearby. I could actually probably use aluminum. We'll use aluminum just for something different in this playthrough. You know what? That's what we'll do. Because we have aluminum running actually right down below here, over there. So we can take some of those ignits and we can run those back versus taking the iron, which I probably have an absolute ton of extra of those laying around. Over there as well. So this one will also go and run this one up to tie it upward. Get into there. Tie this upward into there. There we go. Okay, and we need 2 resources, reanimated SAM and aluminum ignet. And so we'll take this and we'll run this up. Easy. Right into there. And aluminum ignits. That's going to be a bit more of work over here. Get that running there. This is turning this into aluminum ignits here and running it there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and siphon off some of these here. This is already doing some splitting here. This is a splitter here, so we could just tap into this splitter here. Run that down. under there. Like that. Okay, what are we looking down under here? Run it there, or we could dip it under and run it along the outside, which is probably the better option. Let's try and pick this up. There we go. Run this down. Readjust this to run down here. So we're actually going to get 1/3 of this. And run that here. Counting the distances in my head. This is 6. Belts can go a maximum of 6 distance. Oh, this is going to be in the way there. Dip to the left. This. And I'm just going to bring this forward a bit. And then I'm going to just slide to the side here and figure out where I want to run this up so I'll know where I'm trying to go to, right? Doesn't help you if you don't know where you're trying to go to. Kind of feel like I want to slide it right up in between that little rounded area there. Right up through there. So right here, go ahead and put a nice little floor hole here, and then we'll run this up just first before we run all that stuff and then realize we don't like it. Run that up through there. And run that up through here. And then this into there. All we got to do is get that one that we're running underneath there to hit that one right there, and we're all good. It'll just start right up. So we'll go ahead and put one in here. It's already going the right direction. Just need to get that one down to there. Let's keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. I might want to run stuff later, so that's why I used the 3 wide ones. And this one we could probably just go ahead and run it right into there. And we should see it going up the thing. Yes, it is. Up into our converter. And off it goes. Very nice. All right, overclock the heck out of that. Here we go. Boom. Overclock. Now it's going to produce a bunch of fixed-side ignits here, and we're going to run those out right into there. And those are going to go ahead and run into this storage, which is going to be our fixed ignite storage. We could actually see if it comes through. There it goes. It's going through and ending up at the end there. And then have it run up and out of here. And then those are going to run into here. And you can see it's making our trigons. Very nice. Now, we want to store our trigons, so we got one more level to go. So we'll go ahead and bring this up. Run this across. Right over here. And one more storage. So we'll go ahead, do our storages. Our inputs are going to be in the back. Wow, it actually worked right away. Put that right there. Now we're getting a nice big tower going here. And then this is going to go here. Actually, I think it's outputting on this side. Yes, outputting on this side. So actually, we need to turn this around the other way. Turn this around the other ways. So the input is on this side. There we go. I have these so they're reversible. So depending on whatever side it's on, you can reverse it. Go where you want it to go. That's what's so great about a nice universal design, is that you can use it over and over, regardless of which way you have the inputs and outputs. So let's go down just a little bit. Just to make that nice. There we go. And now it's going to backlog a bunch of trigons. Very cool. Now the output is over here, so we want to make sure that we see some trigons end up right here at this output. Yeah, there we go. And then if we're super, super smart, we can go ahead Oh, we're all out of Mercer spheres. We can put a dimensional depot there and run that in the dimensional depot. But I'm going to go ahead and run some in there just so it then has a slot for the dimensional depot. Now, we need about 100 of these, and that's going to be no problem because it has already made 160, 170. It's already made a crazy ton of those that we need for our quantum encoding. That's why we're doing all of this work, everybody, for our quantum encoding. So we're going to go back over here and see if it has enough of our supercomputers and all that other stuff that we've been let run over here. Hopefully we're running supercomputers. I don't remember if we checked that. Let's go take a look and see if we have that running over here somewhere. We've got computers there. High-speed connectors over there. There's our supercomputers. All right, we're waiting on computers here. Does this actually have a connection to computers? It does look like it does. Oh yeah, there we go. One goes this way and the other one goes that way. Is it making it through to there? 1 of 4. Doesn't look like it made it. Went in here, but it went up here and it ended up... Oh! Hello there! Yes, I was siphoning those off for the dimensional uploader. Wow, we could be making a whole crazy ton of these because we could just actually just run those back to there. Yes, we need to take that out. All right, nice. And then we can just put those in there, and that's going to make a crazy ton of supercomputers now because it has a massive backlog of computers. Very nice. All right, and then over here we have some supercomputers. In fact, we can go ahead and take the computers uploader out of there. And it looks like we had a dimensional depot there at some point because you can see that was going up into the dimensional depot. And we can take this and run that into the depot like that. So we don't have to look for it there. We can just go here and say supercomputer. And we have a bunch of them already backlogged in there that we could have been using this whole entire time. Same thing with probably turbo motors. Let's see if we got those in there. No, actually no turbo motors in there. So let's go ahead and head over here and see how we're doing over here. Oh, this is off. We want to actually get our turbo motors, which is this one. Yes, do we have any of these in here? We already got those out of there. We got 49 here. How we doing back here? What are we waiting on? Oh, something is missing. Right there. What is it? Rubber. Okay. Got any rubber running across and all this spaghetti? I'm sure we have a bunch of it sitting right over here. Right in here, which is going down. It's actually running. Whoa, it's running all over the place. Okay. Running under here. Over there, which is being used right here. Okay, but we never brought the rubber forward into here for some reason. Interesting. Okay. Which one we need that in? This one. Right here. So what we can do is work some magic over here. Go ahead and say we want to run it into this one. I'm thinking correctly, it's that one. Yes. Instead of manually putting it in there, we've already got a line running over here, and I thought we did. I just never kind of siphoned it off. Go over here as well. So pretty easy. We just go ahead and put a splitter right there. Run this into there, and then we don't ever have to think about it again. It's going to run that rubber also into this machine, which is going to make our turbo motors, which is what we wanted to do. I believe we also already have our motors running in here. Or no, we put a bunch of motors in there. Yeah, wow, look at that. That's an offline production where it's just in there. This is actually producing these cooling systems. But that will eventually run out of motors. But that's a lot of motors in there, but that'll be a while. All right, and we need to go pick up some of our quartz diamond thingies over here. Let's go do that. And if we had more dimensional depots, we could have it run in the dimensional depot. let's see how we're doing. All right, wow, okay, tons of those. Tons of those, and we'll put some of those directly in the Dimensional Depot just to unlock those as well. And we have 400 more. Okay, we should have enough of a bunch of stuff we can put in there. Let's see if we have enough for everything so we can get our quantum encoding going. And again, sometimes spaghetti is just as good. And I'm showing you all the different techniques, everybody. I'm showing you the spaghetti technique right there. I'm showing you the very clean and cut style, the modular style, vertical building. I'm showing you all sorts of killer stuff in this playthrough. I'm showing you all my gamer secrets so you guys can try them all out in your next playthrough. All right, right over here. Here we go. Control, click, control, click, and there it is. All right, got that done in record time. Here we go. Launch that sucker. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fixit was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
Okay. No pressure about the kitties and the puppies. Okay, so now we want time crystals. We got a bunch of those. We want some trigons. We got a bunch of those. We got fused modular frames. Now what we need is neural quantum processors, right? We're going to open those in the codex. What do we need for those? We need time crystals. We need supercomputers, we need trigons, and this one right here, excited photonic matter. This actually is produced in the converter, and it's just produced out of the air, basically. So that's going to help us out. And then, of course, we're going to end up with dark matter residue, which actually we can use for other processes as well later on. And then there's the AI expansion server here. Which is something we will use later. But right now, neural quantum processors is what we want to do, and the quantum encoder is what we want to make. So we'll go in here, we'll say quantum encoder, we'll click the button, and we'll see what we need. Hey, we can make one right now if we add some more trigons. Let's go get some trigons. Now, you might notice, everybody, that I'm not making a bunch of those ones that are in the manufacturer right there, and that's on purpose. I end up with so many of that extra if I let that run, those SAM fluctuators. Don't need them. You usually need about 100 of them right now, but later on we'll need more. What I really need is trigons. Let's go all the way here to the top. Check that last thing. Bunch of trigons in there. Nice. Okay, so again, we want to do our quantum encoder, and we are trying to produce, over here, we're trying to produce those thingies, quantum with an A, there we go. We're trying to make our neural quantum processors, so we need a quantum encoder, and we need all these things. And it just so happens that we're making a bunch of these things over here. So we're just going to go ahead and do the same thing we just did. What I'm going to do is just go ahead and extend this out and use the air rights of the one next to it as the extension here. I know, you don't have to make them all exactly the same, everybody. I don't know why I'm doing this. There's a much easier way. I can just use my blueprint. Hit H. Nudge it into position. Easy. Okay, quantum encoder time. Big boy. It's too uneven. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's plenty even. Oh, it's sticking off the side. That's why. I kind of feel like I want to put it the other way. this. Okay, now what we want to do is not use the Ignis itself. We want to use the Trigons over here to make our processor, our quantum neural quantum processor here. So run them here. Now I'm going to run them back down from up here in this output because this way it's kind of on the same level as that. I could have put it up here at the top, but we are going to run some more things over to it as well. Including some excited photonic matter, which we're going to need some room for that. We're going to run our time crystals from way the heck over there where we're making them. We're going to run them underneath, run them over here. A lot of things to do, but we can do the Trigons first because that's super easy. It's right here. And we're just going to run these Trigons right around the corner. Going to eyeball them where I want it to go. Go. All right, easy. Look how nice that worked out. All right. Now this sucker takes a lot of power, everybody, and it idles up pretty harshly. So keep that in mind. That you may run out of power very, very quickly. Do we have any more connections we can just tap into up here? Doesn't look like it. This side. There we go. All right. Now this, once you power it up, it'll let that stuff run in there. You can see we already had some time crystals we can just throw in there. We got this here. We also have this. Now the photonic matter is the tough one. And if we look that up, photonic matter, right here, we can see it's done in the converter, which is one of these, right? So we want to make another one of these, but we don't have enough of our fluctuators. But it just so happens that right underneath here, we happen to be making some more fluctuators, right? But we need some more wire. So let's go ahead and say wire here. We're just going to take a bunch of those out of there. We're going to go throw it in here. We're going to have it make it some more. We're going to need some more pipes as well. Again, while we're doing this, by the way, it's just refilling up that over and over again. Now, if I do want to make my job a little easier, I can just go in and do something more like this. And this way. They put a couple of these in here, run this one around like that. That one, nice curve like that. And then I can just put these in here, right? So I can just put all that in there. And then the other one was wire. And then I can just put my wire right here and there. And that will produce even more, and I don't have to wait for it. As well as I can go ahead and say put a little temporary box out here where it can also run those out of there. And there we go. So it'll make a lot more than just, you know, 100 or whatever. It'll make a crazy ton of those. I really like the rounded ones. They're really cool. I think I can maybe do this one as a curve. It's kind of close to the curve. Yeah, you'd have to kind of come out first. I think just a little bit, and then curve. Oh, a little bit more. A little bit more. Right here. Nope. See if we can reverse engineer this. Trying to snap. Like that. Nope, don't like it no matter which way I do it. Alright. We ain't got all day. Let's put that in there and let it do its thing. Alright. Gonna crank those out like nobody's business. And we're gonna need 100 of them. We got 50 already. We're at 61. So we're gonna go and we're gonna do another converter. Again, we want to make photonic matter. Go up here, and we want to look for our input. See our gas and fluid input there. Then over here, these are all item inputs. So we want to end up with it over here on this side. And show, we'll take some more blueprints. A little too far that way. Didn't mean to actually put it down. Hit H. There we go. Move that over. And then a converter to go right there. Back down here. We got now 21. Close. 82. Look at all this stuff going on at the same time, everybody. A lot of stuff going on. You can build some really big stuff in this game, everybody. That's what I'm so impressed with, is the scale of stuff that you can build in Satisfactory is massive. Some games choke out by now, everybody. They're just dead. You build this much stuff in some games, that's it. Your frames are 2. But still, rock solid on the frames here. Again, this is a local playthrough. This is not on the server. I do like the server because it gives you the power of time, because you can just let the factory run and you come back and you got like 10,000 resources. Very easy way to get through the game. A bit tougher when you're playing a local game, especially when you're only letting it run when you're actually physically playing. You're not just letting it run, you know, and just coming back and finding resources later. I find that very fun too. All right, there's our converter. And we're going to get up here and throw our converter down. Now, we're really starting to tax our power grid. So we'll need to take a look at that to make sure that we aren't beyond what's going on. And we're just going to run that in there. Let's make this nice. Great one, maybe. Let's go something like this. And something like that. Beautiful. All right, like it. All right, so we need excited photonic matter, I believe. Let's just make sure. Yes, we do. Okay, excited photonic matter it is. Then we're going to need some power. What we should have done was made a thing right here. And we can go ahead and take this power line out. Connect this to here. Connect this. Wherever we were connecting this before. There. And that's going to start up, and that means this is going to start up. We're going to be making some neural quantum processors. Awesome. Okay, we got 2 inputs and or 2 outputs that we want to deal with. So we'll go ahead and run one of these into this box. Like that. And then we want to run another one into our industrial buffer. And I'm going to set this one back just a little bit. Makes it a little easier to run the line. Into there. I feel like I want a cool little fun little curve going there. There we go. Because what it's going to do is it's going to have dark matter residue. It's going to have this byproduct running out of here. And of course, we'll go ahead and just be crazy and overclock the heck out of it like this. Might as well, instead of building 5 of those, I'll just build the 1. When you get to the higher end stuff, everybody, it's actually better to build the 1 and to use your multiplier than it is to build 15 of them. Look at it being fancy up there. Too cool. All right, we got our things. Okay, nice. And while we're waiting for that to run, go check in on our power and check in on our next stage of our stuff. Now we're trying to unlock some things like our bigger blueprinter and things of that nature that we can then build some of the highest end stuffs in the game. And we're going to actually take all of this out again. All of it. Yeah, all over again, because each thing makes the previous level obsolete, basically, where you no longer need the stuff from the previous level. I find. So if you're at, level 1 through 4, you're building, lower level stuff. And then you're at 5, 6, then you're building faster stuff, so you want to use your faster belts. And then 7, 8, and then you're now doing your higher level things. You're doing your big quantum encoders and whatnot. And then you're working toward unlocking your final level here, over here, to unlock your final level, which is tier 9, which is basically what we're on right now. So we're actually almost done with the entire game. We really only have to unlock these 3 things, and then we're done, and then we can just go and we have the ability to basically make all of these components in that upper corner to complete phase 5, and then we win. Just like that. And I could have done that hours and hours ago, everybody. I could have been already done very, very quickly, especially if you have the power of the server where you can let it run. But we're not doing that. We're going to go ahead and build some big mega structures after this. We're going to have some fun embellishing our structures and all of that. It's not necessarily just about winning. Now, in this case, we're going to wait about another 5 minutes, and we're going to start putting a bunch of dish stuff in here. So we're going to actually let that run for a little bit. Maybe try to get some of these things ahead of time. Fused frames here. We'll get those out of there. We got our trigons already. We need 250 of these. 250. We got to go get 250 of those. We need 100 of these other ones. Where are we making our fused things here in our spaghetti? That's a good question. Are we making our fused stuff? Supercomputers. Can't remember. Go look over here. Systems. I'm sure we are making those right now. Maybe it was over here on this side. Let's go take a look. Adaptive control units there. In the blender. Question. Where did I see that blender earlier? Ah. Yeah, this blender is not doing that. It's doing cooling systems. I don't think I have another blender. Oh, over here. What are we doing over here on this side? Ah, there they are. Okay, and those are being made, those are being run. They are being run into the thing. All right, I'm going to take 50 of those, put them on us. They're being run over here for one of these processes. Hopefully they're just sitting in the box over here. It's interesting, it's not making that many. Probably because we're siphoning off some of those aluminum. This is a scale problem right here. We need to scale these up. Oh, holy mackerel. All right, we got a ton of those. So yeah, see, it's splitting half of it this way, but it's also was backlogging a bunch in that box, thank goodness. Because now we don't have to wait for it. We are good. 2 more minutes on that. Oh, we were going to go get more of these things from over here. What we really want to do is get our big blue printer. And that is when we're going to get crazy. But we need to do the blue printer and then our other couple things. And I'm just showing you how to make it without having to make a big old giant process. Though you can. It's fun to do that too. Nothing wrong with it. Let's see. Ooh, a bunch of these over here. Might as well take them all, everybody. We're just going to need them again in a minute anyway. And we're just waiting for one more item, I think, out of all of this. Our quantum encoding. We should also take a look at our power to see if our batteries are going way down. Let's take a look. Yeah, our battery's at 97%, so it is diminishing now because we have so much stuff kicking us over our power. And what we're going to do, one of the first things we're going to do once we have all of our stuff unlocked is to scale up our power even more. So into exponentially massive. Way more than I'm doing right now. And very rarely do I ever need 20 or 30, more than 20 or 30,000 power to finish the entire game. Again, it's all a matter of time, right? Your time is your most valuable asset of anything you do, both in game and in life. Look at that, I'm doing a good job of just pumping that out. And over here, cranking these out. This needs more time crystals. We'll just throw them in there. And then over here we have 30. So this is 37.5. Stuff with 7.5. Probably just throw a bunch of these time crystals in a box. What else is this? Supercomputers and time crystals. Acids ore here. More supercomputers. That's the nice thing about it running in the Dimensional Depot is that if you want to just manually feed it, grab it out of the Dimensional Depot. These are auto feeding and I'm manually feeding. Or what I call offline production. All right, let's go ahead and make some room for some offline production here. I can just run it, by the way. We'll run that other side. I kind of feel like I want to do something like this. Throw that there, take a stack out for me. I need 250, so we're going to take 2 stacks out. And then this. So the other thing is supercomputers. So we'll take the supercomputers, we'll put them there, and there we go. So that's going to produce more now. We don't have to come back and put 1 stack in at a time. It'll just automatically put all those stacks in. For us. All right, so while we're waiting on that now, that's going to make enough of those. We're going to be good. Get our level 3 blueprinter. We're going to run back over this way. We need to take a break as well. We're going to take a break. We're going to try to get our brakes going today. Can I interest you in a power source, rocket fuel generator? Well, I'm almost there to rocket fuel. I am going to produce my own power, but thanks for the offer. There we go. All right, very nice. We've got 3 out of 4. And we just want to wait it out at this point. Get our big boy blueprinter going. That should be enough to get us to 100, which is what we're trying to wait for. 49 right now. And again, these are neural quantum processors. If we have any in there, no. Here's a great little trick, everybody, to unlock it in there. You want to just throw that in there, have it do like one of them. Then when you're searching for it, it'll actually spell it right. Neural with an E. Neural, there we go. It'll now show up in the thing right here. It'll show up in the Dimensional Depot. But I need all those, so we're going to take those out. Now it's going to take a minute, so while that's taking a minute to do that, we're going to just let that run. And we're going to take a little bit of a break right over here. Here we go. Ba-bam. I'm going to let you guys do some words on stream while I go ahead and take a little break, and then I shall be back. We're going to have some more fun in just a bit. Back in a bit. I'm back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Look at you guys working together. Get those last 3 words. I give you 10,000 caps right now. Let's do it. Come on. Let's see. That last one is a T word. That starts with a T, everybody. And then, I can't tell you what. Oh, whoa. Reactor or rector. Oh, man. So close, man. You got some hard words there, though. Very good job, everybody. I'll give you a bunch of kids caps just for being awesome. Thanks for putting those 1s in the chat. I'll give you more caps there. Sorry for the delay there, but I had to lay down. Wasn't feeling so well. So I thought I'll just rest a little bit, and then we can keep going here, and we'll see how long I last. Keep going. I've been fighting off who knows what, like some allergies or change of the seasons problem. I don't know what's going on. But all I know I want to do is come in here and play some games. Want to play some games, so we're going to get into it right over here. All right, we got 52 of them. We got 100. We got enough of what we need right over here. What's it need here to keep doing some trigons? Oh, the dark matter residue is full. Now, here's a great little trick, everybody. Full pipe network flush. All of that out. And then it will go ahead and start right back up again and backlog a bunch of that in there again. Now, you actually need this dark matter residue later. But that's a great trick. If it does stop, you can just clear it by flushing it out of there. And onward you go. So we're going to run on over here and get our Mark III blueprinter going on. Now, our big goal today is to try to get as many things unlocked as we can. And go from there. Boom, there we go. And put that in there. Another one unlocked. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
Uh-huh. Always giving me the sass there, girl. Always giving me the sass. All right. We got to go ahead and put some stuff in here. We need 1,000 of these SAM fluctuators. 500 of those, 250 of the other stuff. Let's go ahead and just start with the stuff we know we can grab. Let's go right over here and see how many of these we've got. Oh, those are cooling units. And we're going to need to put more in there. I think it is putting more in there. Yeah, rubber. All right, these are going into here. Okay, we got tons of those. Those we can do 250. So 150. Oh, just enough there. Then we have a bunch of these backlogging over here. Wow, okay, tons and tons of those. We need 500 of those. We're just going to grab as many as we can. Here's a great little trick, everybody. Instead of counting it out, I just grab all of them, put it into the thing, and then just put the stuff back. Like this. Oh, it's still got 13 minutes before we can do it again. But you just put all that in there, and then you put it back. Another thing, too, is we can also put some of this in the dimensional depot. Same thing with these. And some turbo motors. Let's throw a bunch of that in there. And then we got to deal with our manufacturer over here. See how many of these we produced. I don't know if we produced 1,000, but we'll go ahead and take a look. Yeah, we don't quite have that. All right, so we want wire and steel pipes. Now, one of the cool things that we're doing is I believe we're running wire over here, but not sure on the steel pipes. So we can tap into the wire just over here. As well. Well, that's actually cable that we're running, not wire. Yeah, that's offline. Okay, so we got to run wire. And that other stuff there. SAM ore, SAM fluctuator that we're really looking for. Add that to our to-do list. So we want to get the steel pipes and the wire over here on this side. Now, I kind of feel like we already ran some steel pipes and wire here somewhere. Let's go under here and see what we got running in our logistics level. Rubber running that way. Maybe not. Maybe not. Better check our power too before it kicks off. Over here. Nope, still running fine. Our batteries are still at 99%. All right, we need to go over here and we need to see if we can tap into any of this wire and steel pipe. So this is our copper here. This is where we're producing our wire as well. Why is there nothing coming out of there? Yeah, no copper ore going in there because I think I diverted all the copper ore this way. There's no copper ore going up right here. Yeah, how are we doing over here? How much of this is extracting? 780, so we're actually going pretty fast there. We could go 1200, but we don't have the belts for it. Yeah, I don't have the belt for it. We are not doing any of our other production right now because we kind of cut the top of this off. But we're going to go ahead and run that in there and see if we can get it to run some of that up. I don't think you can do it like that. I want to get that to run up there now. Good question. Not a belt. Yeah, see, that's not going to work anymore. So we have to take this out like this. Run that up there first. Then do this again. And what we're doing is we're diverting 2/3 of it this way. Got to do that. 2/3 of it that way, and then now we should be able to run this up into this. Why is that weird like that? What the heck is going on there? What the heck is going on? All right, there's something weird with that, the way that that's set up. All right, let's do this. That should run to there. Get it working this way first. Okay, that's working again. Okay. And then we go back to getting this to work by putting our splitter back in. There we go. And then this to this. And that to that. So, all right, so 2/3 of it going that way, 1/3 going up here. We had completely stopped our entire copper process up here, it looks like. Weird that we stopped the copper process and it still has more copper sheets there that we had backlogged. There we go. Now we got our Ignis back up and running. And then that should get our wire going here. And then we can go ahead and tap into that wire. The output of that wire. Are both of these doing wire? That's a good question. Yes, both of those doing wire. And our wire is being run up into this storage. And then this is going to output that, and then is being used way up there to run it in the dimensional depot. Okay. You can also go right here and split some of this. Run this back down. Don't like that. Go this way with it. Okay, now we're going to hunt down some steel pipe and couple those together. Which is way over this way. A lot of rubber going this way. Where is that steel pipe? You see the copper's coming up into here. There it is. That's going across into here. Then steel pipe there. And this steel pipe going up. It looks like it's backlogged. Dimensional depot. And then this steel pipe is being used for our heavy modular frames. Looks like our heavy modular frames have stopped as well. We are running those heavily modular frames back down again. And using those down there as well. Alright, so we should have plenty of pipes hiding in here. Yeah, a bunch of pipes going that way too. We're just trying to get these two to line up. Over here. Oh, just a little too far. That's just the way it goes. Alright, we'll put that on top then. Alright, now we got to get these over here and we got to run them underneath. We got these ones running right here. We might want to just grab this. See if we can get two of them running. Like that. Run that out of the way so I can run these up. Like that and like that. And this one we'll put in the first one. And this one we should have put down just a little bit more. Put that one down just a little bit. Like that. Now we have the full process tied in from the original production down under here that we can go ahead and run along here toward this way. Oh, actually I already have two free over there. And we can just run these under here like this. Feisty. All right, and hopefully that's free all the way through. It does look like it is. All right, cool. And we're going to run this all the way this way, and then we'll dogleg it across to where we need it. That's why I leave these open so I can use them later as well. You know it's working if the stuff's coming forward on the belt. That's what you're looking for. Very nice. All right, now we got that started. We want to figure out where we're going. I think we're going way to the other side. way over there. And so what we want to do is not just run that, everybody. We want to go to the end and figure out, reverse engineer it, where you're running it to. In this case, we're going to run it right over here. And we're going to try to get it to go here. Let's see what we got going right underneath here. Anything blocking this way? No. So right here is actually not too bad of a spot. And we're going to have it come up and go into those. So we will just do this. And we'll get a general sense of where we can bring those up. Let's just say here and there. I use the one that's empty because it's going to be a little easier. Put that into there. Don't need those anymore. Pretty close. Gonna run that into there. Come on. There we go. And that's just going to let that run and run and run and run. We don't have to worry about it. Let's take this one out so we can dip down in here. And we got these two, which we're going to use a... Where's my threes at? I need my walls. I love these conveyor walls. I think they're really, really good. They're very useful. Oh, there's something over there. Something over there which we will need to go around. So let's go ahead and run it this way and run it downward like this. We're eventually going to need to run it down anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's this one and this one. That automatically fixed the direction, by the way, so that it the belt's going the right way. So 1, 2, 3. Messed up my count. 2, 3. That one's 6. And we're going to run these belts underneath these other belts. Oops, I'm going to put this down one. There we go. Run that right under there nicely. And we're just working backwards now. Okay, we got that going. We want to kind of look at where we're going this way. Going that way, we have this other one we can kind of tie into here and use the underside of this, which we already had used on something else. Let's do that. This makes it so we don't. It makes it so we don't have to recount all the belt distances. The max belt distance is 6, and that's what this is set up to do. So again, we don't have to recount it. Make it easier for us to do it. Just add another layer at the bottom. Run the belts, and before you know it, we'll be making an endless amount of those suckers. And that's a really great use of the straight function, is that it will curve perfectly around there so that they don't clip through each other. This way, if I did this other one, it would just perfectly go in that edge and not clip. Which is what I'm trying to avoid. Alright, now we want to bring this down into there. This one down into there. And that's going to run itself all the way to the end. Nice. Gonna run it clear across the other side of the thing. Make tons of those items that we want to make. Get up there. There we go. We're gonna run over here and see it come straight up out of the thing. Oh, I can see one of them's running. Oh, both of them running. All right, there it goes. Okay, now it's going to make an endless amount of these SAM fluctuators, and before you know it, you'll have so many you won't know what to do with. That is for sure, because earlier in this playthrough, we made a bunch of them, and we had a giant box of them. For sure, for sure. All right, we'll let that go, because we got to make 1,000 of those, and we don't want to manually keep putting that stuff in there over and over again. We want to just let it go ahead and do its thing. We want to automate it. So we're going to do that. We're going to pop on over here to this over here, like this. And we need SAM fluctuators, and now we need this new thing, the oscillator, which we could probably do right over here. So let's go ahead and we got our SAM fluctuator done. Let's work on our oscillator. Super oscillator. All right, so it needs aluminum sheets. It needs crystal oscillators and dark matter crystals, which we need in the particle accelerator. And it needs these here, which is your dark matter crystals, which is dark matter residue and diamonds. Now, we're already producing some diamonds over here already, so that'd probably be a good place to produce these dark matter crystals as well. But we are producing extra dark matter residue right now, so we can just run the diamonds and then use the excess dark matter residue that we're producing to help produce dark matter crystals. That would be much more efficient in that use. So let's go up here. Check our residue. All right, dark matter residue going right there. Again, we're going to go ahead and extend this. And we're doing our super oscillators, which we need to do these first, which is our diamonds and our dark matter residue, which is in the particle accelerator. So we'll just make a particle accelerator up here if we have the resources for it, which we do. Right over here. And we'll just take this and use this excess right in there. Dark matter crystal. Tap into the power. Like so. Very nice. Okay, it's going to start putting that residue in there. Now we just need the diamonds. So we got to go run our diamonds from way over here. Now here's one of the drawbacks of doing all of this, everybody, is that you have them far away. Now this actually isn't that far. If you think about it, it could be clear across on the other side of the map, which is why people do central bases, everybody. And one of the smartest things to do is to run central storage to store all of those various things, and then you can just run them to whichever factories you have around that central storage. And I just kind of build it in the moment right now at this stage, and then the later stage is when you really go and scale it up, because you don't have all your stuff unlocked yet. You don't have all of your other items that you might need unlocked. So yeah, over here, oh, we have a coal problem. We burn up all the coal? Oh, we did. Oh, okay. Yeah, we burning that coal up. Oh, well. All right. Do we need more time crystals right now? Probably not. We can go ahead and stop this. And also stop our diamonds from going in there. Right here. And then just go ahead and utilize our diamonds elsewhere. Like this. sure we have any more slots free over here. We're going to need to go out just a bit. I'm just going to attach this to the ceiling there with a little ceiling attachment. Then we're going to go on the outside edge there, and then we're just going to do basically what we just did. We're going to move this out just a couple, though, because we got to navigate past this stuff we're doing here. And this what's so great about a logistics level is that you can just do whatever you need to do. Also, it's great if you're running it where you've already run it before, because, again, you know what your offsets already are. You don't have to count them. We already know our max offsets, so we're just going to use that. Basically run it in the same direction. Easy, easy. Easy stuff. And we'll just run it right here. I'm playing for 4 hours. Okay, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We've been playing for a while. This game is really good, everybody. Really, really good. Highly recommend. You never played some Satisfactory. I don't know what you've been doing, but this is simply one of the best factory games of all time. Easy. Oh, out of aluminum sheets, weirdly. No aluminum sheets in here. Yeah, no aluminum sheets in there. That means we've been diverting a lot of our aluminum for other processes. We better go over here and see what's up with that. I believe I diverted my aluminum sheets so I could do the aluminum casings. But I can see it's right over here. We got it labeled, but we did divert it from running in here into the factory, I believe. So we got some aluminum sheets going to casings, but we're not making aluminum sheets down here anymore. Yeah, we're not making them down there anymore. Okay, so we got to, that's what this other splitter was for. But we can siphon some of those off. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do a nice little splitter here if I can. No? That's a merger. Splitter. This is a merger. Yeah. Oh, right here. She's our vertical splitter. Yeah, it's funny. I need some of those aluminum sheets to do that. Here's a little trick. Let's grab a bunch of these off of the thing, and then go into the factory itself, and just stick some of these in here, and get to it. Very tight in here. There we go. Just put some of those in there, and I'll make some aluminum sheets. Try to grab them on the way out. Good enough for now, I think. We need some aluminum sheets so we can make some aluminum sheets. And that's what happens when you divert that too long. You'll deplete that particular thing. So now we've depleted our aluminum sheets, and we know how to let that run. That is for sure. We got to go over here and flush our thing again, I think. It doesn't have to package too much of that water. I've been packaging some of the water, but some of the water starts to overflow because I have it overclocked in here. So we got to watch out. And I could add more of this and do all of that, but I just flush it time to time so that it can get going. Now it's going to make a bunch of aluminum sheets, and it's going to take those aluminum sheets and throw those in the dimensional depot right up here eventually. Oh, we're running those aluminum sheets down somewhere. I remember why I was running those down. What are we? Oh, we're running these clear across. Don't even remember. Don't remember why I was running those aluminum sheets across here. We're using them for some process. Oh, there's a ton of them in there. All right, there we go. Let's grab those out. We were using them for heat sinks. And then heat sinks into the cooling systems. Cooling systems, which we have a tremendous amount of, into the turbo motors. And right now it's got a rubber problem. Not making enough rubber. Okay, well now we have enough aluminum, because we had a backlog there, that we can use to finish this up. You might notice I'm just floating around. That's because I have lots of power up above me. So that power above me lets me use my hover pack as I'm running along. Okie dokie, back to work. Get these diamonds over here. That's why I always leave a gap between below and up here. Underneath my base. I actually usually leave a much bigger gap, by the way, and build up really, really high. In this particular playthrough, I am building down at more at the ground level. Not on the ground level itself, but pretty close to the ground level. Or in this case, the water level. This one we're going to have to run under. Like so. And we're going to definitely have a problem through there. Have multiple belts in the way. Actually, maybe better this way. Yeah, let's divert it that way. Doesn't reach. Let's do this. Okay, now let's go figure out what we're doing with these diamonds. Where are we going with our diamonds? Our particle accelerator right here. Yes. Okay, what do we got underneath here? We got a factory already under here. So we want to bring that input somewhere over here. Say right here. I'm just gonna guess where that's at for right now. Fairly close. All right. Now we need to get those diamonds to go right there. From over there. Let's go back over here and figure out where our diamonds currently are. They're over here. Let's bring them straight across. Okay, and then across again. Kind of feel like we could utilize this outside edge. Yeah, we could just go down. Utilize that outside edge. Going the wrong way, by the way. Wrong way. Hit, oops. R, there we go. Hit R to reverse that direction, and then we should be able to put that in there. Then we can divert this over. 1, 2. To count when it's awkward like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6, good enough. And then we'll take it from here over to there. And then we got diamonds. All right, now it's going to use up this excess residue from this other process, and away it goes. And now we're making dark matter crystals. Very nice. It's all of our fancy stuff up here. These are all of our more advanced machines up here at the top. All right, back to superposition oscillators. We're making this one now. Now what we need is crystal oscillators and aluminum sheets in a quantum encoder, which is the thing that we have over there, which is this very, very large machine here. You can also just hit H, everybody, if you just want it to hang over the side. I'm going to kind of nudge it over to the left a little bit here and a little bit forward. And we'll fix the overhang there in a minute. So this is going to go right into there. Take this and run that power back to there. And now we're going to tell this what we want it to be. Superposition oscillator. So this is dark matter residue, which is used in this process. Right? So we have excess dark matter residue. We can go ahead and spin that back around. Now I'd actually spin it back around and I would merge it in front of the storage here so that if there is excess, it won't stop the process. So we're going to go ahead and put a little pipe junction over here. Kind of hard to do on a curved pipe here. Let's try to make this nice and straight. There we go. I'm trying to sneak a little thing there and a little pipe out of there. Like this. Just feel like running it this way for some reason. Like that. And we'll get some more of our foundations in. There we go. Easy. Again, when you have all that stuff blueprinted, so much easier. Let's go out just a little bit. And like this. Now we end up with too much dark matter residue. It'll stop all the processes, but we definitely don't have too much going right now, that's for sure. All right, so we took care of that, and we also want to take care of our superposition oscillator, which is the next thing we need for unlocking the next thing in line. Right over here. And so we're going to run those in there. We'll probably do that a little nicer by turning on our straight mode. Nope, doesn't like that. Put it back to default. All right, so to run those superposition oscillators in there. Now we need crystal oscillators, aluminum sheet, and excited photonic matter. Now remember, excited photonic matter comes from one of those things over there. Now I already have one over there, and I could use it from these converters. But the easier thing to do is just to take the converter and just make it its own converter. Highly recommend doing that so you don't end up having issues later. Let's go over here. There's probably a crazy ton of these in here now. There sure is. And we need 1,000 of those for what we're doing. Yeah, our wire's running real slow right now. We got any more wire we can just tap into? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Let's just tap in there. Here's another great little trick here as well. If you have some extra to kind of infuse into the line, I can just go ahead and do this instead. Run. Oh, okay. Well, I upgraded that by mistake, but that's okay. We'll use it. Run the actual wire that's coming in over here. But we can also just run this out to here and then put any extra wire into this box. So it can just infuse that with all that wire that we have, so we're not waiting too long on those there. But we do need those over here for this other stuff that we're building, for this converter here, which we actually need to put on this side. We don't have to put it on this side, but I'm just going to. And that is lined up, yep. Because that's where the input is on this side. So converter, output that way. Tell it to be excited photonic matter. Tie this one into power. Get in there. Wire too long, huh? We're really pushing the limits of our power now, so want to be watching this over here. Remember, a lot of this stuff is overclocked, so it's just going to go way up and then come down, and way up and come down. I only have 21,000 power. And I'm already at the end of the game. But again, I can finish the game. 21,000 power. That's it. Just fuel power, which is actually rocket fuel. I can totally finish the entire game. And again, we have this leeway because we have these batteries there. Now, if you start seeing that battery be at like 70%, you know you're in trouble. And that'll actually happen. The more of this I do, without adding more power, the more we'll inch toward that problem for sure. All right, there we go. Got excited photonic matter. Now we have 2 of the 3. Now we need aluminum sheets and crystal oscillators. Now it just happens to be that we were just talking about this over here. That we are making aluminum sheets over here, and we want to go ahead and divert some of these either that are going up or ones that are going down. I'm not a big fan of splitting it via the box like this. I find that the boxes are quite broken when it comes to trying to use the box for splitting. So what we're going to do is just kind of divert this the proper way. And that is to actually use a splitter out here. So we're going to bring this out just a little bit. And then we're going to do this. And I brought it out a little bit so that the lifter would not be clipping through the thing. And then we can run some that way. And then we can run some in the direction that we want it to go, right up here. Come on. Get in there. All right, aluminum done. Now, the other thing is crystal oscillators, which I do believe we are making over here by where all this quartz crystal is. And by the way, we can scale all of this up, everybody. We have so much of everything right here, actually, in this particular spot. I do believe we were making some crystal oscillators. We are, and that's where my summer sloops are. Ah, okay. And we have a bunch there. I wonder if we have any backlog. No, we are using them for something. Yes, look at this. This is where our crystal oscillators are going. What are they currently being used for is a good question. And is there a huge backlog of them sitting right over here? They're being used for our radio control units. And there's a decent backlog there. I'm going to go ahead and grab those. And figure out what's kind of slowing down our crystal oscillators over here. The crystal oscillators just take a while to process, so it might not be anything. It just might be it just takes a long time. Yeah, there's 5 per minute there, and we have it doubling up so that we don't have to use as much resources for it. We might have a problem with cable too, because we did cut off our cable production, so we might have got behind on that. So yeah, we got plenty of crystal oscillators, but we do want to divert this also over there where we can use them over there. So we're going to go ahead and just divert it right here on the output. And again, just run this. And we're just going to utilize some spaghetti here up over the top of the building. Why these buildings are here. And again, at some point you can think, am I going to just tear all that down in a minute anyway? Do I really want to spend 8 hours just making it fancy when I'm just going to make it even more fancy in a minute? Which is my case right now. I'm going to make this mega size. This is not big, everybody. This is just getting started. I would not consider this mega yet. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Little by little. There we go. Try to keep that from clipping. I don't like it when it clips. All right. Where are we going? Right over here. And this one? No. We need back here. Actually went too far. Right over here. There we go. And our last component that we need, quartz crystals right in there. Or crystal oscillators, I mean. I don't see any coming down the line, but again, we're going to do that whole infusion thing with the box. Right over here. Get it going the right way. I held down control, by the way, to get that to snap in there. Just a lot of lasers there, and then we're just going to super jump it here with the crystal oscillators that we had a backlog of. And away it goes. All right, we're making our superposition oscillators and then sending our extra dark matter back into the process, because you can see back here that this is actually waiting on dark matter residue here, where again we can take this and send it back through, and that will just basically take that and recycle. Whoop. Ooh, knocked over my water there. It will just recycle that dark matter residue back into the process, making more dark crystals there for us to use to make more dark matter residue. And you get the idea. It's a great when you can re-put that stuff, the waste material, back into the process. All right, superposition oscillators. We just need 100 of them. Right now, we already got 3. So let's go ahead and go down here and see how we're doing on our other 2 items. We also need to get some more turbo motors as well. And not sure how many I have. Looks about 500 or so. We can go ahead and put those in the hub. Now, this is a matter of time now. Now it's just a matter of time letting that run, letting it fill up. And again, this is why on the server, I let this stuff run, and I just come back, and I've got 10,000 of whatever I need. That's what makes the server great. All right, we got that. What do we got? Yeah, around 500. That was a good guess. And then turbo motors is what we need. I think I threw some in here. We need, I don't know, about 25 more. We got 20 in there. Okay, not enough. Not enough, but very close. Grab some more of those while we're waiting for all of our other stuff. Again, we want to see that all this stuff is running. Yeah, this is definitely a rubber problem here. Not enough rubber being produced for all the things we're using it for. But we have enough to get this done. Right there. Okay, now this is, again, just a matter of time. Everybody's waiting that out. And then we'll have our spatial energy regulation. And basically almost done. Almost done. We only got this one and one more to unlock. And then we can just go hog wild. Hog wild and the whole thing. Bug in my face. Let's go. 13 already. Yeah, there we go. 13 out of 100. Again, it has all the stuff coming in. It's got everything we need. Very nice. I'll throw just some aluminum sheets in there just to help it out. Really, it's waiting on dark matter crystals. And I could overclock it, but that's not really going to help us. The dark matter crystals here is what's going to slow us down. And right now, it's dark matter residue. But you can see now that it's recycling, so you can see it's actually going faster. And it's kind of keeping up with the process of starting that up. And that's what you want. You want that to be able to keep up. Making them dark crystals there. And this one here needs time crystals, which we stopped process on, but we can just throw some in there. So yeah, we're gonna need some time crystals here too to keep the dark matter residue going, so it has enough dark matter residue to keep that process going. So we definitely want to run our time crystals too. All right, well, we already got a whole run line that we did. We can just tap into that run line. And we're going to need to put some diamonds in there and some diamonds in there. And then the problem is when we're doing that, it's also taking away the coal from our steel line that we have. And that's why you want to get separate nodes. It's not like you're hurting for nodes, everybody. You can run tons and tons of nodes wherever you want. But it does take time to run those train tracks and run all the systems and the logistics of it. And so I'm just going to divert a bunch of it over here and utilize a bunch of it on this side. We'll actually scale this up, so it'll actually be bringing 1,200 in. The second we can do our 1,200 things. Now, the first thing I would do is I would do this, right? I would make this faster, meaning that it's extracting that coal faster. And then the train can pick up more and bring more of it over here. And then I would upgrade this line here so that it's running in here faster. And then that means that this can run faster over here as well with 1,200 coal per minute. In fact, we could double split the line where it would run in at 1,500 per minute and produce these diamonds. And thus we can produce more diamonds for both processes. But we can go ahead and go back over here. We're going to need to split this now so we can go in both directions. Run that there. And this over here. Again, it's going to take that, make some time crystals. And we're going to have the time crystals come out and go into this box. We already got a whole backlog of them there. Very nice. And then we're just going to run this right along where we ran this other stuff. A little too far. And if we did this right, we should be able to run this. Right where we ran all this other stuff. Look how nice that is, everybody. Very nice. Just keep bringing it down the line. Now, we see those on there. We know we're doing it right. I see them there. Again, every now and again, check your belt and make sure that you see that stuff coming down the belt, right? If you don't see it coming down the belt, you got problems. Again, this is really going to push our 20K power to its limit. And when you go to do the corner, perfect time to use your straight mode. Oh, we can get it to go. There we go. And then it just makes it so it's not clipping up here. Easy mode now. Again, thinking ahead helps out. I don't know why it is, everybody, but this is so relaxing. Again, you're not in any giant hurry. There's no timer. Like, if you don't do it in a certain amount of time, you know, game over kind of thing. Very, very enjoyable. We'll just do the same thing we did on that one, though. Not a big fan of really doing that, but we got it going on. And this here. Come on. Touchy. And that's going to go up to there, and I'm going to figure out where we want these time crystals to go. It's back here. Yep. Okay, and where's our other input? Right here. What's the other thing we're inputting in here? Time crystals and supercomputers is the other things. The trigons and phonetic matter already going in, so definitely need to tap into our supercomputers as well, which are over that way. We'll put this out this way, and we'll say, hey, we're going to run our supercomputers to there. And we need to find a spot where just bring this up, it looks like. Let's just do that. So, right there. Sure we got that going the right way. And then we'll run it this way. Just gonna have to run it across the thing here. Kind of tuck back here so it doesn't run into any of the other lines. Just gonna run it straight down. Say right through there. I just did this one so I can see where I'm going to put the floor hole. I hit H to do nudging. Nudge it into position. I feel like it needs to go there. And then we'll rerun line now that we have this all lined up. Like that. Okay. Sometimes that's a little iffy if you don't have that lined up. We do what we gotta do. Bring this down. Maybe turn it this way. Go over here and see why this is looking funky. Decided to do a funky thing there. And right over to there. See those going there? Coming up there. Oh, yep. See, that's not connected. Again, sometimes that doesn't work out. So I think it does need to go back by one. Right the first time. Alright, this needs to go. Nope. Totally not right. There we go. Alright. Try that. Those things are notorious for not working right. Nope, nope, nope. I don't think we're really on grid here. I think I must have moved that over. Yep, see, I moved it slightly over. When I was doing this here, it's not straight, so it's not actually on grid, and that's what's throwing it off. Aha. Get over here and fix this. Put it way out here, screw it. That's what's tripping us up. Alright, no worries, we'll just fix it. And then nudge that in there. There we go. That's much better. Much more better. Take all that out. Now we just have this, and we need this to go into there. See if it works this time. This way. And these into there. There they go. All right. Yeah. See, again, just that slight movement left and right will trip you up. And then it should be running across there, which it is. It's running up into here. And then also I can take the excess that I have here somewhere, and I can run those in there as well. That'll run into here. Don't have the supercomputers. Let's get those. So instead of us manually running those supercomputers over there now, we're going to tap those into the system as well. And we're producing it among this spaghetti here. I think it's way up here in the front, if I'm remembering correctly. Right here. Yep, sure is. And I think this has a massive backlog of computers. It sure does. Okay, and then this has been going where? High-speed connector problem right now. Throw that quick wire in there. So it's waiting for the quick wire to be delivered, which looks like it's being delivered right now. Here comes that quick wire. And then, some of the quick wire also going off over that way. To be used with AI limiters, too. Alright, definitely want to scale up that quick wire at some point. And then this is back to work. here when it makes some high-speed connectors. I wonder if I have any leftover high-speed connectors. I do, okay. Have some extra, just throw them in there, get it going. So that's going to produce that. I think it's throwing it in the dimensional depot. Let's go ahead and take it out. I'm going in the dimensional depot now. What do we got underneath here? Absolutely nothing. All right, awesome. And then more logistics to get all these processes running on their own. And then we can just set it and forget it. Nope, nope, that's not what we want to do. Rotate, there we go. And just go that way. We got a spot over here. Looks like we got a spot here that we can run along. Use that one. We'll kind of aim it that way. Ran a little straight function there. There we go. Again, we want to see them catch up to us here. So we don't have to keep grabbing them and then putting them in there over and over again. But we have this awesome logistics level. Now again, you can clean this up, make it all fancy-smancy if you want. I'm not going to do it right now, but we are definitely going to do it here pretty soon. Like I want to run that under there. Try to remember where I'm running those supercomputers to. Where am I running it to? Right here. Oh, back there. Yeah, right among these here. Move this ever so slightly forward so that we don't run into the same thing. I'm going to run this up so our supercomputers are here. Time for a straight function. Oh, these are going the wrong direction. That is a bummer. Let's do it like that. We got to fix the direction of these. Okay. Let's get our supercomputers to go right there. Okie-dokie. I remember where I was running them. I think they're way over there. Okay. So let's just run this under here. Manage that a little easier. A little curve in there. All right. So we can run it right along this yellow part here. Find where those supercomputers were going. Right here. So don't need them to go here. We need to turn that way and go that way. bring it up like this. We want to see some more supercomputers coming down the line to make sure that that is working. That is the correct one. I think here comes one. Yes, okay, that is our supercomputer. Very important. And we are going to do this on the right side. So make sure we got the right thing. And that does it. Alright, and the supercomputer should be going up into there. All the way up here to the top. And it should start up. It sure is. Alright, awesome. And then we can also go ahead and feed any other supercomputers that we have into this box. We're just going to go ahead and just infuse that also with some supercomputers. Now that whole process is set it and forget it, everybody. We got all the different line runs. Run to it. Let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. Got that set up. Now we're going to be making a crazy ton of all of that. And again, just peep in on that power. Still 99%. Still looks good. Your batteries is a good indicator of the fact that it's offsetting, coming down, going up, coming down. More aluminum sheets is what we need here. We've got a lot of dark matter crystals. Just need to keep them aluminum sheets coming in. Another good spot right here for infusing some aluminum sheets in part of the process. I'm a big fan of this kind of thing where you can just put some in there. If you have a whole bunch left over, you might want to keep one stack on me. But if I have a whole bunch, I might as well just throw it in there so it's running in there at its maximum speed. And I can overclock this if I want. It'll produce a lot more dark matter residue, but it'll use up that residue in the next process. So this is 125 per minute, and then that's being recycled again back into the process. And then the original part, the dark matter residue here, again, it's being recycled back here, 125. Then this comes into here, and this is using 150. So this is actually using more. And then over here, this is 187. So at some point, this is actually going to fill. It's actually going to fill. So I might be smart for me to actually overclock this to burn up more of the dark matter residue, but just not getting enough diamonds to get that going. I have some diamonds on me. I'm just going to throw them in there. Not enough right now, but we're going to let that rock and roll. We're going to go down here. We're going to see how our box full of stuff is. 70 of them. What are we at? 83. All right, we're getting there. 20 more. We should be good. All right, we'll let that do its thing for a minute. We're going to go down here and check in on these other ones. See how we're doing over here. Ooh, mama. 1, 2, 250 right there. Okay. Now, another thing we can do is we can turn off our cubes up there. If we turn off the cubes and just run all of the copper up above, then it would run out the wire faster, and thus it wouldn't be waiting on wire right now. But again, it's just a matter of time now. It's just, oh, wait, that was enough. I had some other on me as well. We're at 83 there. So, yeah, almost there. Almost there. And then we're going to have our portal, and then we'll have one more to go. And we already have all of this stuff running right here. So, actually, the peak efficiency one is the easiest one. I'd probably say the toughest thing in here is going to be the aluminum sheets. Right? Because, again, we're doing a whole bunch of other processes that are using up our aluminum, and we don't really have our aluminum at the kind of peak level that we needed to be at to produce enough for these other processes. So we're going to need to backlog a ton of aluminum sheets, but right now we need We need to kind of let it do its thing till we get our oscillators. Then when we get our oscillators, we'll go ahead and divert those aluminum sheets, and we'll probably focus on aluminum sheets if that's the one last thing that we need. So we'll divert all the resources toward aluminum sheets, and you usually end up with massive sums of aluminum sheets, everybody, though I'm using a ton of them up right now. But also, when we get to this other belt, just like every time you go up in the belts, you're going to need resources for the belts itself. So that's going to be another priority that we're going to do, is to keep making the resources that we need for the conveyor belts, right? We don't have the conveyor belt yet, so I can't tell you what the resource is, but I already know what it is. But we'll take a look at that when we get to that. And again, there's only 2 things left that we need to unlock, and then we can go crazy with all of our processes, which is going to be fun. And again, the first thing I would do is scale up your power if you're going to go super crazy. But this is just a matter of time now. I have really all of the processes that I would need. I could then go and set up those processes, let them run for as long as it takes, and then finish phase 5, pull the lever, done, with 21,000 power. That's it. That's all you really need if you're doing it right. If you're doing it right, that's all you'll ever need. Again, much easier way to play the game too if you're struggling to get past certain phases. The real trick to it is being very efficient in what you're building, right? You're not overbuilding. Some people are like, Kismet, I'm making 10,000 plates per minute. Okay, why? Do you need 10,000 plates per minute? I can tell you don't, because obviously I've finished the game multiple times without it. But if it's your thing, you want to make 10,000 plates, you go ahead, you do it, bro. It's your game. You have some fun. For me, the point is to be efficient. That's the main thing. Efficiency first, everybody. All right, what do we need? We need about 17 of these. How many did we just get? 18. All right, well, there it is. Already done. Let's go. Let's get on down in here. And we are going to get this done. Okay, another one got. Notice I'm just running through these, everybody. Running through these. Even with the spaghetti and all that, I have already thought ahead.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology after you're done with project assembly.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. All right, one more to go, everybody. One more to go. So we need a lot of trigons. We need a lot of iron plates. We can't really do anything. We can't put anything in there until the timer, the pod comes back. The pod just went and took the stuff up. We got one more pod launch, and then you know what? Your hub is obsolete. You don't need your hub ever again because you've unlocked all the stuff. You can't unlock anything else unless you missed a tier and you forgot to unlock some stuff along the way. But that actually makes the hub itself obsolete. You never have to come back to the hub unless you want to do crafting. But you can craft anywhere with your other stuff. You know what I need to do? I need to adjust my audio back the way I had it before. I like to have the dialogue sound up way high. Okay, but while we're waiting though, we can try to get the resources that we're gonna need. Let's see, we need 10,000 plates. I'm sure we have that. Yes, we do. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 10,000 right there. Right, or that's 1,000. 1,000. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Okay, so there's 6,000 there. Do we have this actually coming in here? No, I don't think we actually have this in here. I seriously doubt that's all we have. I'm sure there are just an absolute ton of them. Oh, we got a plate factory way out there. Yeah, we can take our hypertube over there and we can get that going on. All right, I say we go ahead and use our box over here for what we need. We have 47 trigons right now. Let's go grab some more trigons. Let's start with that. Got little trigons there. What the heck is this? Weird. 250 trigons. Got them. Then we need our crystals. Time crystals. I'm just going to take those out of there. 223. 260. All right, that should be good. And this is the great thing to do while you're waiting, everybody, is just to do collect what you're going to need while you're waiting for the timer. And then have it at the ready the second that timer's up to feed it in there. And right over here, put more of these trigons in here. We'll put our time crystals right there. We need our plates, which we have already over there. We need our aluminum plates. Now I have this all interconnected, so if I go ahead and disconnect something, it might do something else. But what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the amount that we're using elsewhere, like this, and like this. Because we're using this up above. And now what it's going to do is it's going to run those, and then this is also being used for our other process there. So now more of these are going to go into there. Probably could have just left one of these so that we're splitting these into thirds. So third going into aluminum sheets, third going there, third going there. All right, now we need 5,000 aluminum sheets, and that's going to take quite some time. So we want to go ahead and leave some of these aluminum sheets to backlog. I kind of feel like what we'll do is just put a little box over here, make this super simple on ourselves, and just run that down. Okay, this is what we're going to be saving for our 5,000 aluminum sheets. Right there. Got that going. And that's pretty much it. We just let that run. That's it. That's all she wrote. There are trains working away. Love all my little mini train stations in here, all the different tracks and stuff. Very, very fun. On this, I could just actually just kind of turn that way. Yeah, let's see what we can do instead of having this turnaround here. Clean this up a little bit. Have this turned back around. Yeah, too sharp. There we go. See how it worked when I did this side first and then did this side and then did the inner arc? Then it works fine. And that's much cleaner right there, everybody. Boom, right back into the train track. Works great. But we do need to put our block signal back. Yes, okay. Okie dokie. This one actually works as the one for this one, but I'm going to put it up there anyway. Let that run. Look at this Samore, man. This Samore is just coming in very consistent. Very nice. And again, look up at the top there, see if there's any trains having issues. Look on your map, see if there's any exclamation points causing your trains to stop. But nope, got it all ready to rock. All good to go. And we have all of our kind of in-game stuff good to go. I don't really need to make these crystal oscillators, but I will need them soon. And we'll get back over here. We got about 2 minutes. By the time we get over here, we'll probably have about 1. And make sure all of our processes are going. Really need to get our quick wire going a bit more. Yeah, maybe we can check on our quick wire. Zip lining. Alright, what's going on with our quick wire over there? 780, max output. The level 5s. All level 5s. Alright, it's running as fast as it possibly can, it looks like. Oh yeah. We have a backlog of raw ore. Not really. Does seem to be burning it up. Lots of deuterium magnets there. 2 of them going. Our fighter's back in there again. No big backlog there. Bit of a backlog there. Oh yeah. A little bit of a backlog. But not really that much. So look like they're cranking away. That one's not cranking away. Did we forget to input the other side? We sure did. Oh man, glad I came and looked now. We forgot to input the other side of that. Yeah, now it's going to run those extras on that side. Very nice. Probably same thing here. Yep. Turning that around the other way. Yeah, that's why our quick wire production is so slow. I didn't double those up. Now we good. Yeah, now it's going to burn up all those extra ignits in there too, so it's going to go even faster. Even more faster. Going to make a lot more quick wire. All right, again, because one half of it wasn't working, I noticed. Because I forgot to connect the thing. Probably was doing that late night, no doubt. Now our output is looking good. We got our dual output as well. Yeah, dual output, dual input. Into there. These are smart splitters set to overflow. We do have overflow. It's going to go in there. Generate us some tickets. Going in dimensional depot. Ooh, I don't like the way that is. Not just do that. There we go. Better. That's going to run all of that down. 780. And we're going to end up with more quick wire over here than we were before. So it's actually, I just doubled it and doubled it again, how much quick wire is being produced. It seemed slow to me. Usually you just have so much quick wire that it's just obscene amount of quick wire. There we go. Our quick wire really cranking now. Yeah, that's what I like to see. As fast as it can possibly make that quick wire. We do have a lot of these extra ignits, so good to burn those up. See if it's diminishing back here. Wow. Yeah, I want to see a diminishing amount here so it burns all this up so we can just make as much quick wire as we possibly can. Yeah, it's diminishing now. Nice. So that means it'll use up this box, the other boxes, and whatnot. So it's actually producing faster than it's extracting right now because there was excess. So very nice. Okay, we fixed that problem. Very, very good. I could have taken the train back, but I don't know. Kind of felt like doing the zip line. Look at all this stuff. Awesome. Okay, it's ready for the last thing in this playthrough. Let's go. Let's go ahead and keep our aluminum sheets for now. We're going to grab all of this stuff. Going to throw those in there. Those are actually the easiest of the things. And we have a ton of stuff on us right now. Whoa! Holy mackerel! Dr. Gluon coming in, nuking the stream. Thanks for that nuky love. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. Good friend of the stream, everybody. Let's go ahead and give him a shout out. How you doing, Dr. Gluon? I appreciate you, man. As always, hopefully your stream's been doing well. And of course, if you're all worn out and you want to go rest up, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Let's see. You were playing Satisfactory? Oh, hey, I didn't know you were playing some Satisfactory over there. Awesome. Yeah, I love this game, everybody. I get absolutely all wrapped up in it. I'm showing you guys how to be ultimate efficient because I am your official Fixit corporate trainer. Mandated by Fixit to show you guys how to be super efficient because remember, efficiency first, everybody. Right now, I am at the end of the game, and guess what? I am only using 21,000 power to do all of it. That's right. I can actually finish the entire game just on 21,000 power, and that is super efficiency, everybody. You'll find no more efficient than me right over here as well. You're off to get some food. Have a great night. No, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry about that, Wiki. If you're in a commercial mode there, you know, Bezos has got to get his dollar bill. You know how it goes. But there we go. Again, thanks for coming in, everybody. Hit that follow button if you're new to my stream. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. For half a century. And I have played all the games. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey, way back in the day. Yes, I did play Pong when it dropped. It was a stand-up arcade game, by the way, way back in the day before it was a console game. And played all sorts of games across the years, and consoles and computers and just an endless amount of other cool stuff like that. So I've about played every genre you can play. And I love building games, everybody. That's my jam. If it's got building in it, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. So we've been playing, of course, tons of games here in the stream. Some 7 Days to Die. We've been playing Satisfactory. I did play a really fun early access game yesterday called Surround Dead, which is kind of a zombie survival game. Cost $10. I actually paid $10 for 7 Days to Die, and I played it for over 3,600 hours, and I feel like those are rookie numbers, everybody. For some people got like 5,000, 10,000 hours, everybody. Pretty crazy. But we're at the end game right here of Satisfactory once again. Now, I've finished the game multiple times. I've played Satisfactory since the day it first came out. In the Epic Game Store. I also own multiple copies of it because I wanted to show them so much love. I'm actually playing on my Steam version right now. So about probably 2,000-3,000 hours in Satisfactory as well. And I've been waiting for it to get to release and then be a kind of a stable version of release to really do a mega playthrough. Now you can see my base is just getting started. You're like, Kismet, this is just getting started? Oh yeah, this is we just getting it going. Now, these are module bases here. The orange ones are actual productions. The blue ones are storage. And you can see I'm working in a vertical fashion, like over here. And we are kind of doing our in-game stuff here where we're utilizing all of our particle accelerators and whatnot to get our phase 5 going on. Now, we have a tall order right now to do a whole bunch of stuff, but we want to go right over here for just a moment. To make my life a little bit easier. Now, we want to look in here and say, is there anything we want to throw in the dimensional depot first? We're going to go ahead and do that. We'll throw some of this in here, some of our trigons in there. We'll throw some of these and some of these. We'll throw these in here. In fact, we'll throw those in first. These are already in there. We'll throw this in here. And this is just so I don't lose it out of my inventory. Like that. I always stay with the lowest amount first because it goes from left to right. So the lowest amount here, so it clears that slot out so you can put more stuff in there. And I think everything else here is pretty good to go. And what we're going to do is just go ahead and throw it right here in this box. We're going to say store all. Now what it's going to do is go run across the back of here. It's going to auto sort all of that loot into the various boxes without me having to do anything, everybody. If there is an overflow of that stuff, it will then end up in these boxes, which is my overflow boxes. But right now, you can see it's running that automatically right into there. I don't need to carry it around. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I need some room in my inventory to grab all of these plates right here. And we're going to take these plates and we are going to throw those into the hub here. Boom. Wow, that was 9,600 as a matter of fact. Very close. We need about 5 more stacks there. Now, we can also go look and see if we had any overflow of our plates, which we do right here. We have 500 right in there. Any other plates in here? Oh, we have some extra aluminum that we need as well. We'll go ahead and grab that out of there. And again, not that much overflow. We actually used up a lot of our overflow recently. But we might have just enough plates here to finish this off. Nice, there we go. We need one more. Now, by the way, this is it. This is the last one to do. We just need 5,000 aluminum sheets. We put 264 in there to get it going. Now, this is just a matter of time now. Now, I don't really need anything else. So the smart thing to do at this point is to stop all other processes and just do aluminum sheets. So I'm going to go ahead and basically hijack the output of my aluminum sheets here, or basically the ignits, aluminum ignits here. And we're going to go ahead and bypass this current splitter that we're using, where we're going to split that multiple directions. And we're going to go ahead, see if we can get this to highlight. Weirdly not highlighting. Okay, little visual error there. Remember, I don't make the games, I just play them, everybody. Yeah, it's doing something definitely weird there. Definitely weird. All right. Gotta fix that merger. There's something really weird with that merger there. It is confused. And into there. And there. We're upgrading that belt too. That belt was slow. Okay, and then we're gonna just take all of this and run it over here. Oh, funny irony is we don't have enough aluminum plates or aluminum sheets to run that over there. We gotta go over here and grab some more. Always funny when you're trying to make something and you don't have enough of that thing to actually make it. All right, there we go. All of that now, every bit of this is going toward aluminum sheets. We're going to have that 5,000 no time at all. Now, right over here, again, if we have excess water, just flush it. Flush that water out of there. The full pipe system, it'll flush it out of there, though it is packaging a ton of water here. It takes that water, runs it over here into the awesome sink, and it gives me a lot of coupons over there. Big time. Okay, so now all we wanted to do is make aluminum sheets for this phase 5, which is going to be our fastest level belts, our level 1200 belt. And so every bit of this, instead of it coming out and going back down that way or any of that, it is just simply going to run right down here. It's going to backlog 5,000 aluminum sheets for us right in this box. Right there. Oh, and it's got a bunch already. Look at it go. Okay, so this is just a matter of time now. We just sit here and wait because all of this is set up in such a way that it will not stop. It'll just keep going and going and going. And even if it does slow down, this is packaging that water, so it will get rid of that excess water. You can actually put the water back into the system if you want. I find it's much easier just any excess or byproduct to just package that byproduct and then just run in the awesome sink, because you're also getting tickets for it, so you can unlock other cool stuff later using your awesome shop. So we want this to just keep running and running and running. But I can see right here, for some reason, it's slowed down, and that's probably because of our box right over here. Looks like we did burn it up. Very nice. So we're waiting for another shipment of box right, which looks like it's coming through right now. Here we go. And it's going to throw another shipment in there. Let's see how full these are. These are not very full. We might need to go check our original box right extraction. So we'll let this start to run first. I think we have these overclocked or something. Not these ones. It's the ones in front of these ones. Yeah, these ones where we've got overclocked. I see. All right, it's going to drop that off. I kind of feel like we'll go see if we can up our production of our box right. And there it goes. All right, it's going to run that box right in there, and as we go out, we'll start to see that process start back up again. Let's go see if there's any way we can boost our box right. Again, I'm not driving it, everybody. It's driving itself. Very cool, everybody. Again, a very complex train system going on right now with multiple trains running across multiple tracks, and they're splitting in different directions and merging in different directions. Very, very cool, I think. Very cool. We're going to get in here. We're going to get it going. Then we have some bonus stuff coming up as well. Bonus fun, which we're also going to get into. Again, these all manage themselves based on your block signals and whatnot to protect them running into each other, because they do crash into each other if you don't have those protections in place. And you can see this one's running on a single line right here, and that actually goes in both directions along that single line. That's a pretty tricky thing to set up, but I showed you how to do it. See, the other train was waiting. And then here it is, stopping until that other train pulls out of the way. There we go. And then it's going to go up here, get this box right. Okay, we're just going to jump off. Let it pull in the station. All right, how we doing over here? 240? What is going on over here? We must have got distracted from this. Let's see. Power shards. Get those out of there. Is this a level 3 or level 2? Hey, we go level 3 on this now. What is this? This is a... What kind of node is this? Pure node. Wow, okay. Oh man, we're going to be extracting a lot here. All right, here we go. What do we need? Oh, turbo motors. What a bummer. We put all of our turbo motors in there. Can't do it. But we can do this. And we can do this. Get that back up to 600. So yeah, that was getting diminished. That's why our aluminum was slowing down as well. I must have came over here and worked on it and replaced it, but did not replace the overclocking. I overclock all of my nodes. This is the best use of overclocking, is to do it at the extraction level. Because now instead of finding another node and running a bunch of lines and running trains and doing all that stuff, it does cost me more power, but it costs me massively less time, right? So that's 2 or 3, 2.5 times less that it takes me to go make another node and another node just to save that little bit of power. It's much better to just overclock them. Then you have one line that you're running along and you're good. Like this line right here can actually handle 780 if we upgrade it. So we're going to upgrade this, and we're going to upgrade this. Probably why I was running that at a lower speed, because we just didn't have the belt speed for it. But now we do. Look at that. Yeah, now we're cranking that out of there. I like it. I like it. All right, using that level 5 belt. And this is a pure node, so eventually we'll be able to extract this at 1200. Right, so really scale that up. So instead of 240, now we're doing 600. So let's just call it roughly 3 times the amount. And that's going to have a lot more for when the train comes back and does it. But it would really be nice to have those turbo motors right now. I might be able to make a turbo motor. Let's go see. Can't remember if I can make it in here or if you can only make it in manufacturing. Might be only in manufacturing. Let's see. Nope, we can make... Oh, we got some turbo motors here. All right, let's make some. How many do we need is the question. Right here. We need 3 turbo motors. We got this. We can make 3 turbo motors. Now, we have a bunch of stuff in the Dimensional Depot, which is helping us out right now that we did run in there. And we just need 3 turbo motors, and luckily we can use the resources that are in the Dimensional Depot to make it, instead of having to run all the way back, which is why the Dimensional Depot is so powerful and so useful for sure. All right, now we're really going to get crazy. Let's go. Boom! That is now upgraded to a level 3. It's going to take a minute for it to spin back up again. Now it's at 480 by default. But we're going to go ahead and crank it up to our maximum belt speed right here, which is 780. So that's an additional 180 over what we just 3 times it up again anyway. And now we will have an obscene amount of bauxite running in there. We'll come back and we're going to make that 1200 at some point. Where is our actual bauxite train? Because then we can just hop the train when it comes back this way. And we can see it on the map here somewhere. Forest coal train, quick wire train, oil train. Where am I at? I'm over here. My SAM train. We got an oil train over there. There's our box train. Okay, our box train is at the station right now, dropping off the bauxite. Oh, and now it's done, and now it's moving toward us. And so all we got to do is wait for it to show up. Or I can just make a train, and I can just get on that train. The cool thing about waiting for the train to get there is it is automated. So you can just get on the train and it will automatically drive you back. The most important thing, and often the most difficult thing to remember, is to get off the train. By the way, wearing my Satisfactory cart shirt today. I hope you guys like that. Hope you guys like my cool cart shirt. Yes, it is. What's it actually say at the beginning? Factory cart. Yes. Fix it factory cart. Very cool. All right, so we'll wait for that to come back, and by the time it comes back, it's going to have a crazy ton of box right in there to load up. And that's going to allow our aluminum to keep running much longer while it is coming back to grab more. And really the ultimate goal is to have it have enough resources to run while it's going and grabbing more. And then by the time it's just about to run out, you've brought more in there for it to pick up and utilize. Because it drops off a whole lot at the same time. It's going to grab all of it at the same time, as opposed to it just running down the belt at a certain speed. So if it backlogs, 10,000 of it, it'll take all of it with it as much as it can in each car as well. And our real goal is to fill these both up before it leaves, if we can. But you can see it's just about to start on its third row now. And that'll actually be more next time because we had interrupted it because we were upgrading it and all of that. So this will actually end up more than 3 rows, potentially 4 rows next time. Again, we'll just get in the train. And now all input to the train station is stopped while this is docking with the station. And we'll let this move on over here. Yeah, I probably meant to come back and fix that. And again, it's always good to check your lines. You might have, been working real late, you're getting tired, and you forget, like I did right there. I forgot to scale that up once I had the belts for it. Let's watch this do all the little switching. Look at it coming down at full speed. Woo, see how the train had just missed? Back onto the single line. Gonna cut left. Nobody in the station, so it's gonna just zip right through this station. There's another train on the other side. Big train there. That's a coal train. Keep my power going. What's up, Fred? That's Fred, or some people call him Peanut. I call him Fred. This one really goes fast too because it has that downward speed from the hill. This one's just express training it all the way to the end. I like it. Just happened to luck out and there's no trains in front of it. Oh, a lot more quick wire. Looks like it's going through there now. And then right over here to our box ride station. And it has stopped because I can see that the production stopped over there. We were not extracting enough box right, but now we don't have that problem. We have got a crazy ton of it coming through. And so what it does, it drops it in here, which gives it time to run all that out of there before the next train comes through. And that's what you want to do. You want to empty that out before the next train comes through so that you can keep it going. You can see I actually have a double output, right? So both lines will output as well. And we'll see it started up not only over here, but also in that other box across there because I have it split between the two. There it goes. There it goes. Its job is to empty that out as fast as possible before it comes back with more. And there it goes, running this in here. Now we can actually speed these up a bit too. Let's go ahead and give this a little bit of a boost. And these over here probably could go a little faster too, so that'll make that go faster coming out of there. There we go. And over here, we'll work on our lifter here in a second. That one's all good. Don't forget your lifters, because your lifters are also going to slow you down. There we go, and there we go. All right, all that looks good. And so now it's going to come out of there even faster because we did scale it up. So we want to definitely scale that up there. All right, what do we got here? We got some stuff running there to the awesome sink. That's all output. Scaling all that up, might as well. And then we can also scale up our output to the awesome sink itself. So I can clear all that stuff off the box. Scale that up. Faster, 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 faster. Okay, so we scaled that up. How can we do over here? Can we get more coal in here faster? I think we can. Get in there. And then coming out of here, we've got these, which I think I've already upgraded. Yes, that's upgraded. Double check all of this. It's all Mark 5. Now, when you're first building your aluminum, it's not going to be Mark 5 because you don't have enough resources to actually build this out as Mark 5. So I've definitely come back and upgraded all of these. This is 5, that's 5, coming out of here is 5. Oh, there's a 4. Alright, more faster. Oh, that was not even plugged in, I don't think. No, it's there. Hard to see. Read that one. All right, now it's going to be running those ignits faster. So if we didn't do that side, that means we didn't do this side yet either. So let's do this faster. All of these. Did that one. Box faster, then out of the box at maximum speed. Yeah, look at that. It can't even process it fast enough now. And that's good. That's what we want. We want to have a lot in there. We don't want this stopping for any reason whatsoever. Yeah, it's cranking them out now, 30 per minute. All right, how many do we think we got in the box now? Whoa, hey-oh. As you can see, we scaled up all that production, everybody, and all of a sudden, boom, we got a ton of them. I don't even know how many that is. Let's go see. Let's go see how close we are. Right over here. Earlier, we were using the auto connect feature. Wow, that was about 2,500 there that we got. We're really 2,600. Again, just a matter of time now, making that happen. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break because, man, we've been going for about 6 hours. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to finish this up, unlock the last item in the hub, and then we got some bonus fun for all of you as well. Now, you can go ahead and play along, everybody. Earn some Kiss Caps towards giveaways. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff right here in the stream. You go ahead and work together, all you big brains. I know there's a lot of you big brains in here that can solve these anagrams, which is basically taking a bunch of jumbled letters and making them into words. There's so many words you can do. So go ahead and do that. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about the muted, everybody. That's the standard Kismet stream. I bumped it. I bumped my mute button. I was just saying how good you guys are doing. That's all you missed. I'd say what a good job you guys are all doing, and I was trying to help you by putting some stuff in there. But thank you very much. I'm going to give you a bunch of Kiz Caps for working together, and a bunch of Kiz Caps for letting me know that I was muted there. Thank you very much. One of the most common things that streamers do is they're accidentally muted. I just was clicking to stop it. All right, hold on. We're going to stop this one. We're going to cancel that one. And turn that off. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory. We're waiting for some of our resources right over here that have been running there while we were taking a break. And I think we're in the final stages here, everybody. We're going to unlock the final stage. Look at all this that's going on. All these vertical things that we got going there as well. So much stuff going on over here. We're going to revamp all of this and start to build in a mega style here in just a bit. All right, let's see how much we got now. Oh, and we're ready to push the button, and we no longer need the thing there.
Milestone reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds. The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
Okay, so now we really need 2 things for these Mark VIs, everybody. We need our trigons, and we need our time crystals. Now, whenever you're doing anything to do with your belts, you want those running into the dimensional depot 100%. All the time you want that running in there because you're just going to be burning those up like crazy. So the first thing we're going to do to counter this problem is to run over here and run a lot of our trigons into the dimensional depot. So let's get going, and we have a bunch of trigons running up here. And we took out one of the dimensional depots earlier that I saw, so we can go ahead and we need some SAM fluctuators, which we also need a dimensional depot for. We really need to go and find some more immerser spheres, but we're just going to run over here and grab a bunch of these. Oh man, we got a bunch of those over there. And get way back up here like so, and then we're going to just lean it off the side here a bit. And we are going to run our trigons right out of there. And run those right in there at 1200 speed, by the way. There we go, our first area where we're going to use our 1200 belts. So we got our trigons going in there very, very fast. And we're going to go ahead and upload this one, or upgrade the speed of that one and the speed of it coming out of the belt right now. So that is just absolutely cranking. And that's going to upload all those trigons. We can keep 1,000 trigons in there at any given time. And then the other thing that we're going to need with our belt is our time crystals that we're doing. And we're doing a ton of time crystals over on this side. And we need to up the production of our trigons and also our time crystals, and the way to do that is to use faster belts. To use the very belts that we need the thing to make the belts for, right? So the smartest thing to do is to work on your belts and your resources for your belts in every tier when you play through the game. Always have that as one of your top production. Typically, I'll skip through some of those phases just because those are tedious to make those particular items. But in this particular playthrough, we are doing each and every tier at that higher level. So let's go over here and see if there is some way we can go ahead and throw our time crystals that we're producing here into the dimensional depot, which we could right here. I don't think we have another thing to make another dimensional depot, another Mercer sphere. So we might decommission one of those ones that we could do right there. And let's see if we can make this come out of here faster. Like this. All fast enough. this is the coal here that we're upgrading. So we want this coal to come out of here as fast as it possibly can, so we can feed it in here. Now here's another great little trick, everybody, if you do want to run this at a higher speed. So you want to run this at its maximum speed here. You're going to need to have a double input. So we're going to double input the coal there, and we're going to go ahead and crank this all the way up to 1500 now. Like that, because what we're going to do is we're going to actually upgrade the speed at which the coal is coming in as well. And again, you can see that's just absolutely cranking through there now. Very nice. Very nice. Now, another way we can make this go faster, everybody, is we can utilize the ability to, say, take the last one here and run that on its own separate line, like this. And go ahead and put in a merger. If we can sneak it right in here. And we can just straight merge that in there. So the second one is getting more as well. There we go. And it's going to stop for a second while it's outputting the rest of that. Oh, it's actually all done. So it just burned up all that coal. Nice. Nice, nice. I like it. Okay, so we want to go ahead and see if we have enough. I think we might have enough to get our coal upgraded. Let's go see. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get our train here. We'll have our own private train that we'll get on. Or we can wait for the coal train to come over here, but we're not going to wait. We're just going to go for it. Oh, wait, there's the train right there. There it is, but we're going to let it drop off the coal, and then we'll use our own train. Now we're going to hit the A button to allow the train to go to the left. And we're off and running. So train coming down the line. That's our Samor train. Straight here. We'll stop. And we'll just dismantle that train, get it out of the way. And this is what we really want to do here. We can take this out now. We don't need that. And we can go ahead and now upgrade this to 1200 right there. Yeah, nice, nice. And there, and this one, and that one, and this one. Oh, we're gonna run out of time crystals. But at least we got to go into that first one, and now we're ready to crank it up to maximum speed. Let's go. Let's go, big boy. 1200 output now. Look at it go. I want to make sure that we do upgrade this one right here, which should be enough. There we go, because otherwise it's just going to go at the speed of that belt. And now it's going to go 1200 up here, and 1200 through here. That one we didn't have enough to upgrade that one, so we're going to need to come back, get some more. Hey, train's right here. Awesome. So yeah, we got to get more of our time crystals there. Don't think there's any dimensional depots over here, so we'll just ride this train back, and we will come back, upgrade it. And again, the whole thing is to upgrade the coal, which is going to make it where it makes more of the things that'll help us upgrade other things, right? We definitely want to do that. Again, hands off, it's just driving itself. So awesome. What's up, Crimson Knight? Hey, Kismet, how are you, dear? Good morning. Good morning to you. We're having a good time. Oh, make it rain. All right, there you go. 1,000 kiss caps. Got it going on. I'm doing awesome. I am at the point now where we just did all of our upgrades for all of our production. We unlocked all the stuff in the hub, and we got our faster belts, but we still need to have enough production that's going to make us a lot of those belts, a lot of the resources for those belts. So that should be our number one thing that we're doing when we get the ability to run those things faster. So this is going to drop off more coal over here, which is great because it's going to burn that coal up like nobody's business over here. Big time. Okay, so we are going back over here so we can get more of our quartz crystal. And we can probably look for a dimensional depot here somewhere that we're not using. There's usually one or two around. Right over here. Take that out and we'll use that for our time crystals. Okay, just waiting on supercomputers. But we do have some time crystals in there, so we're just going to grab those out. Where's our time crystals going in? Good question. I'll have to wait for another time crystal to come along so we can figure out which one of these is actually the time crystal coming through. Watch it on this side. Which one is it going to be? See, I could have labeled it. That would have been easier. Then I know which one was which. But we'll see. Again, it's got to take that coal and then utilize it to make some time crystals. And then we'll see it coming down the line. Oh, okay, it's this one over here. It's the right one. All right, now it's making some more time crystals. Great. Need them supercomputers, though. Let's go see what's going on with our supercomputers. Now, again, see how it's going really slow? You want to scale all this up at some point so you're making a lot more of all of this. And that'll be our next big stage, is now that we have faster stuff, we can run pure nodes at maximum speed. And we can fully utilize all of those resources. Then we're good. Yeah, this one probably need to do some summer sloops on that at some point. Yeah, it just takes a while. Even overclocked, it takes a while. Okay, so we got that going. We've got our Mercer Sphere. We've got more of our time crystals to build up those belts. And I think we're good. We can go back. Oh, wait, we are a dimensional depot. That's why we wanted to know which one of those belts it was, so we could run a dimensional depot in there, so it'll split some of it off to go in the dimensional depot, not just into the process over here. And we know it's this outer one. Now, normally you can just go ahead and use the second one to run it up there. That's typically what I will do, but it sometimes doesn't work. So we're not going to risk it on something as important as this. We're just going to go ahead and split it naturally like we normally do. And then just run that right into there. Like that. Okay, now if you have a faster speed here, by the way, actually let's make this more nice straight. If you have a faster speed here, it's going to divert more this way typically than it will this way if there's a backlog. So it'll definitely run a bunch of those in the dimensional depot. And now we never have to think about, hey, we got to run back and get this resource or get that thing. It's automatically going to be in the depot, so now we can build to our heart's content. And the smart thing to do at this point, too, is just to let it run. To let the whole entire factory run and just backlog as much of everything as you possibly can. especially the high-end resources that run your 1200 belts. Then you can go through and start to systematically upgrade all of the systems that let you do that. Now, I would start with the systems that allow you to make faster belts, right? Because that's what you're really doing. And then when you make faster belts, oh, there it goes, dropping off some more. When you make faster belts, it will allow you to upgrade all the other stuff later on. And there went our train. I missed it. I missed the train. That's okay. I can make another one. We have the technology. We'll make another one. We'll get on it. We'll get going. Here we go. Love the trains in this game, everybody. They are awesome. Very awesome. We got the sun coming up over there. You can see I got a bunch of various factories out here. There's my plate factory there. Want to make sure that we're going straight on this one. We want to make sure we don't crash into our other train. We'll just slow down. Multiple trains over here. Get that off the tracks so it's not blocking. Oh, wrong way. There are multiple train engines. This is my coal train right here. It is massively getting all that coal. And now it's starting to pick up, run that coal back in there again. There we go. Let's go ahead and upgrade over here so that this is going really fast. Boom, there we go. Now we got that whole line as 1200. And you'll see this increased speed over here. Let's really get it going all the way down the line. Now it's really going to fill this first one faster than anything else. And then this one's going to fill a little bit slower and so on and so forth. But at least it won't be backlogged where it doesn't have enough. But now it's really scaling up. That's 1200 per minute. That's as fast as you can possibly go in the game. This is a level 3 extractor, overclocked to 1200 on a pier node. And again, maximizing that resource. Let's check how our power's doing. Still doing great. By the way, halfway already on my cubes up there. Again, you just let it run from the previous phase, from phase 4. You just keep letting it run, and eventually it'll make 1,000 of them over time. As well. Now, we never have to touch this again. This is actually maxed out. There's nothing else we can do to make that go any faster than it currently is going. So, good to know. So we're coming in there, and we're going back on this side. Let's go ahead and get ourselves another train here. And that's a set it and forget it moment. Now, what it's going to do is end up bringing more coal over here than it was before. It's actually almost double, or actually is more than double, than what we just doubled up earlier. So now, again, it's going to be 1,200, and it's going to be burning up 1,500 in that accelerator, which means it's going to be making our time crystals much faster. Now, one of the smart things to do is to go in and adjust your time crystals so it's actually doubling it up again. So we'll go ahead and try to find some summer sloops, and we'll put that now in our time crystals so that we can use our time crystals for other resources we're producing, and also for belts. We want to have the inputs at 1200, and then we want to have the outputs over here also at 1200. And we're just going to get rid of that. And we have this massively overclocked that's producing diamonds like nobody's business. So right here we need some summer sloops. We want to track down wherever we're using those, and definitely high prioritize this over here. I think we're using it on quartz crystal right now. Let's go over here, and we can just say we only need 2 for that particular thing. So we could leave 2 over here and use 2 there. This would be 1.5, but that would be 2 times. So let's get over here and take this out here, and then we're gonna cut it in half, put 2 of it back in there, so 1.5 times there. And then time crystals are gonna be 2 times. And you really want to put it at the end of the process, not at the beginning. The reason why you put it at the end of the process is because it doubles up not only the thing you're doing, but every process before that. The process is actually doubling all of those resources too, because it takes all of that in the chain. So always the best right here when you are doing your time crystals, if you need a lot of time crystals, which I do. So we're going to double that up right there. It'd be nice to double up this right here as well. But right now it's just waiting on coal. And again, it's going to have that problem. It's going to be burning up lots and lots of that coal as it comes through. Here comes our quick wire train, which also we scaled up as well. Should have a lot more quick wire. And it should be picking up way more coal than it normally does. And then actually, when it does a couple more cycles, it'll be way more than even more than that, than what it's picking up now. Which is going to be an absolute massive amount of coal. And that should fund our stuff here. Big time. Let's see how many we have in the thing so far. Yeah, we got 23 already in there, so that's going to help us in the long run make more faster builds. I'm going to see how much we put in here. Now you can't actually look in the container until it starts to take off. There we go. So 2.5 rows. 1 row there. 2 things there and 2 things there. And that tells you that this one is the first one on the other side because it's got 2.5 rows. Again, that's only going to get more and more and more as that goes. And this is going to fill this up like crazy because it's 2 separate boxes being infused in there. There we go. Yeah, we actually hit that 1,500. And it's going to make 75 diamonds per minute as long as we keep that coal coming in. Now, eventually, you'd want to have a dedicated coal just to this. And you'd want to make it 1,500 per minute to maximize the use of your accelerator. If you are overclocking it, and I would suggest overclocking it and then doubling it, and then getting special coal nodes that are just for this one process, and then you're 100% efficient. You maximize the process with only 1 accelerator as well. Now, another thing you can do is you can not overclock it and just make multiple accelerators, which uses less power. But I find that this is the way to go because it takes less time to do. Our power there, a little bit dipping in the power there, and again, it's going to be using our accelerators more often, so eventually this actually is going to be diminishing over time. But that's an incredibly awesome upgrade. Right over here, I don't really need to make this go faster. In fact, I could probably get this back just by downgrading that back down to 5, and then I get some of those time crystals back. Yeah, right there. Some of those time crystals back for me to use. Now, I don't need to carry the time crystals around with me anymore, or the trigons. I can just go ahead and put them in the dimensional depot. In fact, I can probably swap those. Put those in the dimensional depot to be used later as well. And then also, we can put our things in there. Again, some of these diamonds are going off that way for some of the process, and some of them are going this way for our time crystals. And I would probably have a separate process that's doing diamonds on top, and then a separate process that's doing time crystals. This way you're doing a lot more time crystals, and then those time crystals can be used for faster builds. But at this point, again, if I was on the server, I would just let this run. I'd come back, I have 10,000 of the stuff, right? Just let it run for a week on a server. And you just have an insane amount of loot. And look at that, it's already cleared that first one. And now all of that's been cleared and used up. Nice. And again, time crystals now at 47. We have 122 there. And again, that'll just keep running and running. So I feel like this is a good point, everybody, to kind of let this run. When we come back next time, next week, we are going to think about tearing all this down. Tearing all this down and scaling this up. Now, one of the things that we wanted to do, again, get our faster belts, but also we'll need resources for upgrading our extractors. We'll need resources for doing all of that. One of the things that we definitely want to do is also upgrade the other coal that we have running so we can upgrade our fuel. And we're going to start working with our fuel over here, where we are going to go from fuel to turbo fuel to rocket fuel and all of that. And so we're going to have to scale up again. So we're going to need a lot more oil to do that. In fact, we're going to go around and we're going to tap all the oil in the entire game and bring that coal and that oil. We're going to get all the coal and all the oil, and we're going to run it back to our primary base for a massive fuel-powered base over here. And that should exponentially scale up our power. Now, again, we can't finish the game right now if we wanted to. I have finished it multiple times in the past, but we're going to finish it in a mega style before we actually turn in those final materials. We are going to scale up and scale up and scale up until the game just won't let us scale anymore. You can get to a point, by the way, where you hit the max amount of objects you can create. And you can see we can create a lot of objects, everybody. We're just getting started. Just getting started. So I feel like that's a good place to stop. I'm going to let it run off stream for a bit, for about an hour or so, just to build up some stuff. Now, another thing that we want to do before we do go is we want to get our aluminum sheets running out again to all of our other processes here so we can let those processes run. Let's go ahead and get that going on right over here. And again, we're going to go to our lifters now, and our very fast lifter here. We're going to run that in there, and we're going to run that down like that. We're also going to have those go up. And so those are going to go into the other processes up there. Now, I actually have a bunch of aluminum sheets in here. I no longer need these aluminum sheets for me. So I don't necessarily have to siphon these off to the side like this. So actually we can eliminate this. We can eliminate this. And we can take all these aluminum sheets and put them right back in there. And then it's just going to massively run those out of there. Oh, well, if it doesn't fail at its job. Right here. There we go. Put that right back up there. Make sure those are... Oh, nope. Totally missed it. Let's just do this like this. Are we running that into this box? I think we're running that right into that box. There we go. Now it's just going to use up all that aluminum into there. Also, we scaled up our aluminum as well, so we're going to be producing a lot more aluminum ignites here. So we can tap these aluminum ignites back into what we were doing. We've got to go ahead and get our little thing going again here. We're merging here. We're going into there. We're going to go ahead and use 2/3 up at the top. We're going to go ahead and take this and run this into there. And then this is going to go up and down at the same time. All these ignites are going to make their way to all the various processes that we have going, including all of our stuff up there. All right, let's go ahead and flush this system over here. so. And we'll flush it a couple times. I suggest to flush it like 3 times. So it really is at 0. And that's going to let that run really, really fast. Let's have this go even faster. Oh, all out of trigons right now. Or no, crystals. Yeah, don't have enough time crystals. Really need it right here. We'll wait till 1 time crystal goes in the dimensional depot. Why is this one running really consistently? And this one's running. Aluminum Solution's going slower on that side than it is on this side. It's weird. Why is that? It's overclocked. That one's overclocked. Now see, the output of this one, it's got a lot extra in this one. For this one, it does not. Oh, weird. This has a massive amount of aluminum solution here. Something funky going on there. Let's fix that. Fluids are the worst, everybody. Turn this off for a second so we can let this backlog. Yeah, see how it's more consistent now? There we go. Getting more of a backlog before it runs. Yeah, see, that's what's kind of messing that momentum of that up. And this one over here is finally catching up. It ran out all of its resources now. There we go. And then these are 90 per minute. And we do have a box of backlog here that we could probably increase the speed of. But we would need more of these aluminum things, or we could overclock it. But in this case, I wouldn't overclock these. Those are just those would just be a waste of time. Overclock does. We need to get that whole aluminum process on its own thing as well. But we've definitely scaled all this up. You can see it's producing way more ignits and all of that stuff much faster. Get more of this, just flush it. This is excess water that is running out of there as well. You can see it's running in the awesome sink. All right, and it's definitely scaled up the box right, because you can see that the box right boxes are full now. We fixed that box right problem. We could scale the box right up to 1200 and then scale all of this up to 1200. Don't really need to do that now. We need time crystals, and we need our time crystals and trigons. All right, good place to stop. Let's go ahead and stop right there. We're going to let it run. We're going to let it backlog. And then we're going to work on the most important processes first to scale those up, including our extraction of various oils and resources. The 2 things I would worry about the most would be coal and oil. Right now, the belts aren't going to affect oil, but they will affect the coal. And that means we can extract more coal from all the nodes that we already have to a maximum of 1200. I don't think we have any pure nodes over on the other side, which is where we are extracting most of the coal for our stuff here. But we do have some normal nodes where multiple normal nodes, enough of those together will equal a pure node as well. So we'll get all those overclocked, which they probably already are. And then the belts upgraded so we can go faster. And then, of course, it's going to fill up the coal train with more coal. And I don't even think we're fully utilizing all of the coal of our train here. I think some of it's just sitting here, yeah. We haven't even fully utilized all of that coal. So we'll fully utilize all that coal for our fuel out here. And really scale that up in a crazy, crazy way. All right, time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's roll out of here. All right, everybody, before we start in some big mega projects there, I think we should let it run for a bit. Not going to be very exciting to just sit there and watch the stuff run because we're going to need those faster belts, and then we're going to start, again, upgrading all that stuff. Now, you want to know my schedule, everybody? Here it is right over here because I can do cool effects like this. My schedule right here is today we did a bit of Satisfactory, then we'll be back tonight, Wednesday night, and Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Fallout 4, Rise of the Tycoon Empire, the ultimate modded playthrough. And then we're going to play some more more 7 Days to Die on Saturday. That's what I was trying to say there. And then on Sunday, some more 7 Days to Die, some team play on Saturday, some solo play on Sunday, and then potentially a bonus stream on Monday again. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, again, I shall be back later tonight. You can also check out all this social media over here, everybody. It does help a lot if you just pop over to youtube.com/KismetBP by clicking the link right down there and hitting that subscribe button. If you're already on YouTube, even easier, look, it's right down there. Just hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button over there as well. Feel free to leave me a comment, which does help my stream tremendously, and it's free, so very easy to do. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Bunch of stuff I post up there just for all of you. Let you know when I'm going live, job applications, if you want to be in the gaming industry or an artist or whatever. The ones I see, I retweet those for you, or the latest games that are coming out, or updates and stuff like that. As well as you can hit the follow button over there. And again, the more you guys hit the follow button and the subscribe button over there, the more giveaways and other cool things I get to do here in stream. So I do appreciate it. Thanks everybody for the sub love over there as well. Thank you for checking out the Discord and also the website, and especially patreon.com/Kismet, just like my awesome patrons right down there. You can get a bunch of exclusive content over there just for you. And I appreciate all the support, everybody. That is the single greatest way to support the stream, patreon.com/Kismet. So I appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to go ahead and roll on out of here. I'm going to rest up, come back, do it all over again. Appreciate you. So I'm going to go ahead and shower you with a bunch of Kiss Caps. Speaking of giveaways, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of giveaways later tonight for all of you. So we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching.